morning, everyone. Welcome to this day after April Fool's Day. Today is April 2nd, Thursday, of course. It's 8:30 a.m. We're in the community center of the of Carson City, and we're going to call a meeting of the Carson City Board of Supervisors and the Carson City Redevelopment Authority and the Carson City Board of Health to order. Could we have a roll call for the supervisors, please?
Good morning. Supervisor Boud?
Here.
Supervisor Bonkowski?
Here.
Supervisor Bagwell?
Here.
Supervisor Shirk?
Here.
Mayor Kroll?
Hey, good morning. Okay. Hey, man. All right.
Got it.
That's a good way to start the day, man. Okay. Nick, can you get us started off from the Good Shepherd Wesleyan? Start on the right foot today. Thanks, Nick.
Good morning. Let's pray. Father God, thank you for this day. Thank you for this week that you have given us, the challenges that we have faced. Lord, we pray for your continued strength and wisdom. And God, we rejoice in the triumphs and the victories that you've given us as we look out through our community and we see the busyness of a weekend ahead and so many activities and people coming together, so many celebrations. May we not lose sight in the hustle and bustle and the busyness of life, the joy that we can have in one another and in you. So guide this group, give them the wisdom, the leadership that they need this day as they press forward seeking your heart for this community. We pray these things in your name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're now going to move to item number 5, public comment. This is the time for public comment at the beginning of the meeting. We have it at the end of the meeting, and we generally have it during each of the agenda items. So anybody want to bring anything up on public comment now? Anybody? I don't see anyone. Okay, so if someone shows up as we go through, we'll take them. All right, item 6, possible approval of the minutes of February 5th, 2015. Everybody had a chance to look at them? Motion's in order.
I move to approve the minutes of February 5th, 2015, as presented.
Motion and second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Hearing none, passed. Okay. Any changes to the agenda?
No change today.
Board members? Unless there's an objection, then we will take the agenda as, we'll adopt the agenda as published and posted. Could I ask Dana, your group to come on up? We'll do a little fun thing on the Pony Express, and I'll read a little proclamation here.
And I have one of these for all of you. For your back. It's a little Pony Express postcard.
Do those cards arrive by Pony Express?
Dang near.
We're going to do a proclamation for the Carson City Pony Express Station number 1. And as Dana will tell you, there's going to be some more activities tomorrow. So let me first read this proclamation to get this kicked off. It says, whereas the first run of the Pony Express began April 3rd, 1860, crossing 1,966 miles between St. Joseph, Missouri and Sacramento, California. Founded by W.H. Russell Alexander Majors and William B. Waddell. That was the name of my ship. The Pony Express was established to shorten the time of mail delivery between the east and west coasts and had 30 known Pony Express stations throughout the state of Nevada. And whereas the Nevada Division of National Pony Express is made up of men and women ranging from the ages of 14 to 90 who are dedicated to educating the public about the Pony Express, both its past and present, and participate in a re-ride each year. And whereas Nevada Day, Inc., in coordination with the Nevada Division of the Pony Express, will on this day, April 3rd, 2015, at the Nevada Day Store and Trading Post, establish and implement the first active Pony Express stop since 1861, and be it known henceforth as Pony Express Station number 1. And that will also be occurring tomorrow for the formal ceremony. She'll tell you at 10, but so we're really getting it in order here. Whereas on the last Saturday of each month, starting Saturday, May 30th, 2015, at the Nevada Day Store and Trading Post located at 108 West Telegraph Street in Carson City, The Pony Express riders will engage in educational activities, postcard and letter stamping, and collection, and will conclude the day by mounting their ponies and delivering the collected mail via horseback ride to the Carson City Post Office located at 1111 South Route, Carson City. Now, therefore, I, Robert L. Kroll, the Mayor of Carson City, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, encourage all residents, friends, and visitors to participate and join in this historic event that will mark Carson City and the nation's only active Pony Express stop, where the West is alive and the Pony Express rides again. Whoa, how's that? So I'm going to hang on to this proclamation until tomorrow morning because we're going to read it again. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Or you want to take it tonight?
No, I want to get pictures, though.
Okay, all right,
When-
come on,
when we're
tell
done.
us a little bit about it.
Okay. I'd like to introduce my friend that's with me here. This is Lisa Honorato, and she's the sales manager over at the Carson Nugget, and is also a part of, you can step up here. And she's also a part of the downtown movement that we have with the different businesses to help us with events and activities and to start getting a lot of things going. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock until 1, we become the nation's first active home station for the Pony Express. You'll be seeing the Pony Express there, and the Naughty Tea Mistresses of Nevada, and actor Jack Wagon, and the last Saturday of every month, as it said in the proclamation, we are creating show and activity for people to come down and start engaging in things that are relative to us, our characters. The Naughty Tea Mistresses portray active, real historical women of Nevada. The Pony Express will be taking cards and letters and stamping them and teaching about the Pony Express and horsemanship and different things. So the West really is alive here in Carson City, and we have a lot of activity and things that are going to be coming up, especially from May until October. We will be having a lot more activity downtown, and we are creating a lot more things with a group of us. Lisa is one of them. John Rutledge is another, who will be a mouthpiece for what's working on with the bid district, with events and activities downtown. Part of that commitment that we all made coming together with, started with the Downtown 2020 and us together just talking about, let's do something for Carson City and let's help us grow. And this is our part, working on tourism and activities and bringing the West alive. And the Pony Express is going to ride again with the Nevada division of the Pony Express. So thank you so much for listening to me this morning, and thank you for the lovely proclamation. And please come out tomorrow morning at 10, and we will proclamate and we will have a lot of fun welcoming our Nevada division of the Pony Express home.
Maybe we could, anybody got a camera? Maybe we could all.
I happen to have one.
Can we come down here? We'll all we'll deliver the let's go here and deliver the proclamation. Yeah. See how we can do this. You don't get the podium in the way.
Oh, you're so funny. Would you, thank you kindly. You'll have to.
I love that there's
Thank you.
Let's see, let's see how we do this here, okay. Well, maybe, I don't know how we do this professionally, but I do it like.
That looks good.
All right.
Okay, there's 3 right there. One of them should work out.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, very much.
10 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And do we bring
You get them?
Yep, got it.
Thanks, Adriana.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for bringing that up.
There you go.
Oh,
Because I'm sending one to my mom.
Ms. Bagwell just mentioned something that you may be interested in. Tomorrow morning, also, every year, the Pony Express has a re-ride. The re-ride starts from St. Joseph, Missouri, and goes all the way to Sacramento. This year, on June 24th, the Pony Express will be coming through town at their home station at 108 West Telegraph Street, and you can come down tomorrow, and there's a little form you can fill out to have your letter sent on the Pony Express so that it will travel, a little under 2,000 miles. And so it's a fundraiser for them also. But there's over 700 riders, and the longest stretch is here in Nevada. And they come in at Ibapaw at the border, and they exit up at State Line. And so you will see the Pony Express come here, and we're just going to be making a much bigger fuss about them because they've been here a long time, and we're just helping them to be seen more and be a part of our active downtown capital city. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you for reminding me, Lori.
Thank you. Thanks again, Dana and Lisa. Okay. All right. We ready to take up the next item? Okay, let's now move on to item number 9 under finance. This is a public hearing. Also, we'll open the public hearing on the intent of Carson City, Nevada to issue general obligation limited tax sewer bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues in an amount of up to $18 million to finance the cost of acquiring, constructing, improving, and equipping city sewage projects as defined in NRS 244A.0505, which includes drainage and flood control projects. The hearing is now open. I think what we'll do is we'll have a presentation by our staff, some questions, and anybody who wants to participate in the public hearing by comment may do so. So who's going to do it? Mr. Burketta, good morning. Go.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Supervisors. For the record, David Burketta, Public Works. Prior to the discussion about the bonds, we wanted to give you just a high-level brief overview, talking about some of the water and sewer projects that are going on, kind of where we're going to be going in the future now that some of the funds, revenue is coming into some of these funds. So we'll start with the Water Utility Fund, and I specifically picked this picture because, as you can see, and it's kind of hard, some parts of it up there, but you know, this is what happens when we are more in a reactive mode. You know, this is a water rehab project that we had to work on an emergency basis. And it's interesting because it kind of ties into the strategic planning session that we just had. And one of the elements of that is the sustainable infrastructure. And I just wanted to point out, you know, this is why as these revenues come in and we start doing some of these projects so that we can repair and rehab so we don't end up in this situation. So this is a draft capital improvement plan for water. The Utility Financial Oversight Committee has made its recommendation on this. It'll be coming in front of the board in May. My plan's not to go over in detail of this, but just give you a high-level overview. Basically looking at the next 5 years, just in the water fund, you know, we plan on spending just a little over $23 million in reinvesting back into the infrastructure. On the left-hand column, you see three words, and it's annual, reinvestment, and bonding. And that kind of just breaks out how we're going to fund some of these projects. The annuals, the rates that come in, and there's about 5 or 6 projects listed there. On the reinvestment side, that was a component of the rate structure, which is the reinvestment funding, and that's how we're going to be funding those projects. And then the last component of it is the bonding and how we're going to be funding those projects. And it's broken out for the next 5 years. So just to give you what we've been doing on the water side, there's been a lot of construction going on right now, and what we see here is a picture of the east-west transmission, and it's phase 2A1. Goes right through Mills Park. People who are here, you know, saw what's going on with this. We'll be wrapping up this component of the transmission line soon, and then be going into the next phase, hopefully starting about this fall. The Costco Intertie project, if you're trying to get down to Costco here a couple months ago, you know, there was some construction going on. Again, this ties into the water, trying to bring water from Douglas County to tie into Carson City. And this was one of the elements of it, was the Costco Intertie project. Ash Canyon tank rehab. This is we have a big water tank that sits up in Ash Canyon, and part of this is all of our infrastructure needs repair and rehab. This was one of the repair and rehab projects that we just completed. And then, again, this is a similar type thing. We have money put into there for miscellaneous water line replacement so that we don't end up in a situation like this where we have to dig up streets and roads, you know, for a part of the infrastructure that's failed. Looking at water for bond fund-related projects, starting this current fiscal year, the year before that, we received the $6 million state revolving loan from the state. And where we're currently spending that money is on the phase 2A1 that's coming by Carson City, or by this area here. We're going to be spending about $1.6 million on the next phase that's going to be continuing it to the west side. We'll be spending just about $700,000 for repair and replacement on the various water line projects, and that's going to happen in fiscal year 15-16. We'll be looking at about another $3 million projects to continue the future phases of the east-west transmission main. The goal is to get that transmission over to our quilt treatment so that we can get it to all the pressure zones within Carson City. In probably fiscal year 16-17, we'll be seeking another state revolving loan fund, and that's going to be to complete the future phases so that we can finish up the transmission line on the water side. Looking at the sewer utility fund side of it, I wanted to show this picture because what this project is on the west side, and it started as a small little hole just on the side of the sidewalk there. And what we ended up finding was a sewer main that's probably about 70 years old that no one knew existed. Some of the records kept back then, and there's 7 houses that actually connect to this sewer main. And so now we're going to have to tear that whole section out, bring all those laterals out, connect to ours. This one, it's very small, so sorry I tried to get it down onto one page. But again, just a high-level overview on this. It's a lot more extensive on the sewer side, a lot more needs, and we broke the projects out into funding by rate revenue, by the bonding of it, and by system reinvestment funding. And it's the same layout. It's a 5-year plan, and you can see that the dollar amount working on the sewer side for the next 5 years is going to be very significant. Some of the projects that we've done is the wastewater treatment plant. We brought fiber optics, and that's going to help us with our controls. As we do the major upgrades to the treatment plant, it's going to give us the ability to do electronic controls of a lot of our systems on a remote basis. So we brought fiber optics out to the treatment plant. Lift station improvements. This is a lift station that's out in some of the neighborhoods, and a lift station really is to just help with the sewage to lift it up so that it can gravity flow through the system. So as part of our planned process, we're going to be doing upgrades to these systems. Manhole replacement, again, the sewer lines, we have various manholes, and this is one of the projects. They corrode. It's a very corrosive environment. They corrode, so we have to replace them. And then sewer slip lining, and that is an alternative method of rehabbing some of the sewer lines. Instead of having to dig up roads and streets, is to put a liner inside of it, and this is one of the projects that we just completed off of Pheasant Drive. Looking at a large chunk of the money for the sewer side, and that is repair and rehab of the water resource recovery, the sewer treatment plant. And these are some of the major components of it. Odor control. We recognize, the plant was built 50 years ago, and we recognize we need to do something with odor control. That's a major element of it. We're replacing up there the bioreactors, which is really the heart of the system. It's the secondary system, so we can remove the pollution. These final clarifiers are part of that system. There's a large tank that we're repairing and reusing as part of this process in what we call an equalization basin. We have to put in some pump stations to help move the fluids around in the treatment plant. We're going to be upgrading the electrical components of it. And again, as we remove the pollution, we have to deal with the solids, and that's also going to be as part of the repair and rehab of the process. And then we do have future expansion plans for it, but as the flows come up is when we'll be dealing with the future side of it. So looking at the timeline on the treatment plant, we started back in the winter 2013 with just under a $23 million loan. We put Corollo under contract for our design. We brought on a CMAR representative, which is the construction manager at risk. It's proven to be very effective for us in this project specifically, and that's KG Walters and Q&D did a joint venture on it. Back in May of 2014, we did a 30% design, so we started the design along with what we call a value engineering workshop to ensure that ratepayers are getting good value for the money that we're spending on this project. In November of 2014, we had to break out a component of it. We couldn't wait, so we broke out the sodium hypochlorite facility, and we're actually just completing that project now. In January 15, now we'll be looking at the $18 million bond, which we'll be talking about next. We've completed the 60% design. Coming into the summer in June, we should be about 90% design on this project. In the summertime, again, we'll be looking at that construction manager at risk and negotiating the final price, the guaranteed maximum price to get this project done. Hopefully, we'll be issuing a notice to proceed to the CMAR representative in September, and last is sometime in the spring of 17 will be, part of the plan will be another bond to complete this project so that everything will be completed on time. And then we hope sometime during the winter of 17, that's our project completion date for the repair and rehab of the treatment plant. So really, we just wanted to give you a very high-level overview to show you that we really are on track with our projects that we're working both on the water and sewer side. And I just leave it to see if you have any questions.
Is the Utility Oversight Committee's seen all this information?
Yes.
There's some concern around town that I hear that, you know, the water rates were increased just willy-nilly, for lack of a better word, to make the enterprise funds flush. I want you to answer a couple of questions for me. One, in our community, does the general fund receive any subsidy at all from the water and sewer funds, the enterprise funds?
For the record, Nick Providenti, they do not receive a subsidy. We do charge them an internal service charge for the services that the general fund provides, but it is all, you know, basically a systematic and rational charge. So there's no subsidy.
And there's no, the general fund does not use the enterprise funds for capital.
It does not.
Matter of fact, it's precluded by law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where are we on this, on the rates that we put into effect also have the ability to collect a certain amount for reserve depreciation? Where are we on that, status of that?
In the plan, and I won't go into detail, but it's actually all the way back. That is spelled out. We collect on the system reinvestment roughly for each fund about $3.5 million a year, and that is what's helping us fund a lot of these projects that we're going to be moving into. And when you look at the capital improvement plan, we broke out what's going to be funded by that aspect so that it's very clear that there's a large component of this repair and rehab that is funded by system reinvestment.
Have we hired any new employees in either the water and sewer fund, water and sewer activities over the last year? Last fiscal year. We did? How many?
3, a total of 3, and they were shared between wastewater, water, and stormwater.
The managers
we tried to be very transparent about that. I believe we brought them to the board during the budget process as a supplemental request. And I believe we also brought them to the Utility Advisory Committee. So they made the recommendation to the board to go ahead and make those hires. And then the board accepted that recommendation. And they're not management, right, Darren?
That's correct.
They're line people. They're workers.
Brad?
Going back to David's comment just a second ago on the capital improvement plan funding, it looks like approximately 25% of the projects will be paid for with cash, and about 75% will be paid through bond funding. My question is, since we know that we're going to need another bond to complete the project, and we also know almost certainly that rates are going to go up this year, is there, or do we have the ability to estimate what the total funding needed will be and bond it sooner rather than later, rather than waiting until 2017 when the rates might be higher?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. As you know, the rates are phased in over 5 years. So we have to show 1 times coverage when we issue bonds. And I'm not exactly, I mean, we could do the analysis and see, you know, if we have the coverage now, but I'm just not sure that we have the coverage now for those future bonds.
Well, I think it also depends on the cost savings.
Correct.
Are the rates going to go up so much that the debt service that we incur in the meantime is going to exceed that? So if we can do that analysis, it would be nice to see it.
Okay.
Darren Schultz for the record, and we can do that, but for the record, that third bond that we're talking about in a couple of years is relatively small in comparison to these first 2.
And typically, Typically, the bond market doesn't like us to bond and hold on to the money. They like us to bond the money and spend it. So there's arbitrage issues. Typically, because the rates are so low, we don't have arbitrage problems now because we're not earning more than we're paying. But just typically, if we go out to the bond market and say, well, we want to issue bonds now, but we're not going to spend the money for 3 years or 2 years, that's typically not good practice. So we would have to.
Unless interest rates went to 7 or 8%.
Well, that's true, right.
Any other board? Public, anybody want to weigh in on this issue? This is public hearing time. There's no action on it. Anybody? Oh, I don't see anybody. Are we ready to close the public hearing on this matter? Okay, unless I don't see anybody else, so we will close the public hearing on this issue. And we'll take up item 9B, which is the condition of the fund and each fund in the Treasury. Everybody had a chance to look at that report? Anything you need to add to that report other than what we get usually?
No, Mayor.
Board comments? Are we ready for a motion? Motion's in order.
I move to accept the report on the condition of each fund in the Treasury and the statements of receipts and expenditures through March 24th, 2015, per NRS 251.030 and NRS 354.290.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Let's now take up item number 10, and deals with the Carson City Airport Authority. Let me disclose that my law partner, who's walking to the podium now, Mr. Takis, has been my partner for over 30 years. I will therefore, with that disclosure, abstain from participating or voting on this issue and hand the gavel over to the Mayor Pro Tem. Thanks.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
Are you going to take us through this?
Yes.
Okay.
Steve Takis on behalf of the Carson City Airport Authority. This item is the assignment of a hangar lease at the airport. As the board knows, the airport property is owned by the city and managed by the Airport Authority. We lease out areas of land for people to build hangars. Typically, it's a hangar project who they in turn lease out or condo sell out the hangars to individuals. This particular parcel has a single large hangar on it, a hangar that's suitable for large business jets or airplane collections. It was owned by Ted Contry, who was a successful contractor, large project contractor in the area. He died this last year. The hangar ownership was in his trust, and now his children, who are the trustees of the trust, have sought to sell the hangar and assign the lease. And so the action that we're asking you to approve is approve the assignment of this lease from the Ted E. Contry Family Trust to a gentleman named John Mays. We have vetted John Mays. He's a real decent guy, and he has a business jet. And so he also purchased, not through this transaction, but through a separate transaction, he purchased 2 P-51 Mustangs from the Ted Contry Trust. And so the hangar will be used largely to hangar his business jet and these other 2 warbirds. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but the Airport Authority has already approved the transfer, and so we're just looking for your approval so we can complete the transaction.
Thank you, Steve. I'll open up to the board for comment. Seeing none, I'll open it up for public comment. Anyone from the public care to comment on this issue? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board.
I move to approve the assignment of the airport lease held by the Ted E. Contry Family Trust dated 1/17/2001 to John Mays, an individual.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? And we have 1 abstention. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Want to keep the gavel?
Nope, I'll give the gavel back to the mayor.
Okay. Let's take up item number 11. This is an issue for the assessor. This is to approve or not the correction of a decrease of the taxes for the 2014-15 fiscal year for parcel number 010-492-05. The address is 3501 Vicky Lane. It would be a decrease in the amount of $103.65. Kimberly, you want to take us through this, or?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For the record, Kimberly Adams, Chief Deputy with the Carson City Assessor's Office. The owners of this property are in the process of building a watchman's quarters, and last June, based on the plans and the street view of the property, we determined the quality class to be the same as the main residence. Upon the owner's request, we got to view the property on site, go through what construction is complete at this time, and it was determined that the quality class was too high that was set back in June. Therefore, the assessment value was too high and their taxes were too high. So the assessor's office is asking for a correction in the decrease in the amount of $103.65 for fiscal year 2014 and 15 for parcel number 010-492-05, also known as 3501 Vicky Lane.
Kim, is it just the finish material quality that is the difference?
Actually, I'm going to direct that to Denise Gillot, our chief appraiser. She's the appraiser that actually viewed the property, and it's only at 21% complete at this time, so the entire structure has not been finished. Denise?
Hi, Denise Gillot, Chief Appraiser, Carson City. Yes, when we went out to the property, and it's actually probably a little bit closer now. As of June, it was 21%. Now it's probably closer to about 56% complete. The foundation is there. The built-in garage is semi-useful, and then as far as the siding is up, we have some electrical work done. We have some partial plumbing in, but that's it at this point. It's still currently unfinished.
So going back to my question, what is the difference in the quality between the main residence and the watchman's quarters?
At this point, the initial construction was very similar to the current residence. It's the quality of the materials that they used up to this point. So at the time when it was initially set at a 3.5, we were going mainly off of plans and visual, I believe, not on site, but off, kind of off to the side, off the parcel. And so it's the actual, it's not so much the workmanship, but it is the quality of the materials used that we then use to determine the quality class at actually a 3.0.
Other comments or questions from the board? Public comment or question? We ready on this one? Oh, here we go. Come on. Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sue McCubbin, and I'm the owner of the property.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I just wanted to say that this is important to me and thank the assessor's office for their help and their work and the effort that they've put into it.
Thank you. Glad we caught that.
Thank
So, all right. Who wants to make a motion? Supervisor Aboud.
I move to approve the correction, decrease of the taxes for the 2014-15 fiscal year for parcel number 010-492-05, otherwise known as 3501 Vicky Lane, per NRS 361.768 in the amount of $103.65.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks, Kimberly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks.
And members of the board.
Okay. Let's take up item number 12. Chief. The interlocal agreement to allow multiple jurisdictions to use the ambulance.
Right.
Go ahead.
How you guys
Tell us
doing
what's
today?
going on. Have we done this before?
I don't think so. That's why we're bringing it through all the other counties. So I think it might have been brought up and been talked about, but I don't think we actually brought it through because I couldn't find the record, and that's why we're bringing it through. Okay. So basically, I mean, what we've done is I do have to make one correction on the resolution, and I guess there's normal basic language that we usually put on every one. And on the first sentence, I'll let Adriana, if she can.
Mayor, if you want me to put the language into the record, I can, but it's just the normal, regular stock language that we have with every resolution for that first paragraph.
It's fine as long as you're okay with it from a legal standpoint if we do this.
I am.
It's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so what this does is it's allowing us to use our ambulance subscription throughout our Quad County that we work with normally, and all our other Quad County agreements. We have a hazmat team, all that kind of stuff that we do. And it's actually better for the community and better for the citizens that we serve, because we have a lot of mutual aid because of the 911 system that we have, and we're usually out of units. So Lyon County and Douglas County come into Carson City quite a bit. And what this allows them now, if we pick up one of our citizens, or they pick up one of our citizens with our subscription program, then that allows these guys to honor the subscription program that Carson City is paying for, and vice versa for us. If we go into Lyon County or Douglas County, the same thing if they have those ambulance subscriptions. So currently in Carson City, there's 1,575 people who are assigned to have signed up for Carson City Cares. That's just the folks who are subscribed, plus we have another 500 city employees that are all in. So there's about 2,000 citizens of Carson that we cover for this, and so it works out really well. If Carson comes in, and somebody from the outside comes in, they have the ability to do that, and that's why we have this. Douglas County has the program up. Lyon County has their program up and running. Actually, Lyon County approved it about a month ago for Central Lyon County Fire. Also, Tahoe Douglas Fire is also included in this. They currently do not have a subscription program, but they are working on that, and they're bringing that to the board at this time up there. So they should be there pretty quick. So all of these folks working together, and we do it all the time, just makes better use of resources in the community, makes everybody, for citizens, it helps if they have to use our services, helps them save a little bit of money if they're signed up. And then thirdly, as far as advertising costs, we can spread this out through the Quad County instead of just Carson City's program. Usually we'll put it in the papers and everything. I say, please join Carson City. We have ads on the TV that come up. Now we can include everybody in there, maybe share the cost of some of the advertising. That helps too. Hopefully it answers all your questions.
I don't think so just yet. We got a couple lights up here, Supervisor Minkowski,
Okay.
Supervisor Abad.
Adriana, on item 3, the termination clause, we had talked about some clarifying language on that. Are we going to get that as late material, or do you want to just read the change?
I can read the change.
That would be great. Thank you.
I do have the material, and basically what the changes to that termination clause would be that a party's participation in this agreement may be terminated prior to the date set forth in paragraph 2 of this agreement by cancellation of the ambulance membership program in any party's jurisdiction, or terminated by any party upon 30 days prior written notice to each of the other parties. Termination by one party does not terminate participation by the remaining parties. And basically that last sentence was the part that we needed to clarify.
Right, it just clarifies that when somebody terminates it, it doesn't terminate the entire agreement. Right, thank you.
Bob, this pertains to indigent care, and does this apply to that? And my concern more is that if you're, let's say we share ambulances, go to our hospital from an outlying county, getting the folks back to the county that they came from.
Okay, it doesn't apply to indigent care.
Okay.
Because that's a completely different system. This is only the folks who actually signed up for our CC Cares program or Central Lyons County, their same program. And as far as transporting them home, under our rules and guidelines, that has to be medically required. So if we have a doc that says you can't walk or you can't take a wheelchair van, let's say you have a broken hip, you have to go by ambulance, then it will cover taking them back home. But it has to be medically required to use the ambulance. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And our current billing system will allow you to tag these as other jurisdictional stuff so that you don't bill them the deductibles and things like that. You have the mechanism within your system.
We do. What we're using right now is, well, we know what our employees are, and we have that third-party billing agent. So what will happen is if we pick up a Douglas County agent or a Douglas County citizen, then they will come through our billing program, and if they do by chance get a bill, if we can't catch it, because we'll have to get their list, but we don't have the agreement signed, so we can't get their list yet. In the meantime, they will just call us and say, hey, look, I belong to Douglas County Care Program, so then we won't bill them. We'll just remove that from the system once we know about it.
So you'll have to do it as a manual process to
Correct. It's not automated yet, but it will be once we get the list from everybody of who everybody has on their list, and if we get a name that comes through, we can check the names, and that happens on our billing side.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? You want to give a little outline of what it costs to join care
Sure. Right now, currently, it's $50 for a single and $75 for a family, which is basically great insurance for an ambulance ride in Carson City, because as you know, we're a fee-for-service program, so the average ambulance cost is about $1,200 by the time we come and pick you up, and depending on what type of care we give you in advanced levels of ALS1 or ALS2. So it's an awesome system, and even in the outlying areas who are watching, Central Lyon County, East Fork Fire Protection District, they all have them too. So I would encourage everybody to be on these programs.
Are the rates similar between counties?
They are. I don't have their rates off the top of my head, but we're all pretty close.
Okay. Anybody else? Board? Public comments? Anybody want to weigh in? I don't see anybody that has a comment there. We ready? Supervisor, who wants to do it?
Resolution number 2.
Go.
2015 R17.
I move to adopt a resolution, 2015 R17, to enter into an interlocal agreement between Carson City, Central Lyon County Fire Protection District, East Fork Fire Protection District, North Lyon County Fire Protection District, Story County Fire Protection District, and Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District as amended per our discussion here today.
Motion and a second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Unanimous. Thanks, Bob.
All right.
Chief.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Go forth and keep us safe. Okay. All right. 13. Ms. Belt, you're going to take us through this?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Kim Belt, Purchasing Contracts. Staff is asking for approval from the board to dispose of, at public auction, the list of equipment that is in the board action form, and the auction is going to be conducted by TNT Auctions, April 11th, 2015. That's in Reno. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Anybody? Anybody? Public comment? Seeing none. Motion's in order.
I move to approve contract number 1415-154, a request to have the Board of Supervisors determine that the list of city property is no longer required for public use and deem its sale by public auction desirable and in the best interest of Carson City.
Motion by Supervisor Abott, second by Supervisor Shirk on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Unanimous. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Kim. All right. That concludes this part of the Board of Supervisors, so we're going to recess as the Board of Supervisors. We'll take a break for about 10 minutes to allow the Chair of the Board of Health, Dr. Pintar, to get ready, and then we'll reconvene as the Board of Health when she's ready. So take a break for about 10 minutes. Official plaque.
Proclamator, all right.
Proclamator.
Good morning. I will call to order the Board of Health for whatever day we are in, April 2nd? Thank you. And ask for a roll call.
Supervisor Abowd.
Here.
Supervisor Baunkowski.
Here.
Mayor Kroll.
Here.
Supervisor Bagwell.
Here.
Supervisor Shirk.
Here.
Officer Pintar, we have a quorum. Sorry.
And the sheriff.
Oh, and Sheriff Furlong.
Thank you, sweetie.
Thank you. We have full attendance
my
and a
job.
quorum, so I will go on to
Too many
public
jobs.
comment. The public is invited to comment on any pertinent topic. Impertinent topics are accepted as well.
Is it Friday
Thank
yet?
you. Hearing none, we will ask for approval of the minutes of April 17th, 2014, and January 15th of 2015. The April 17 minutes from last year were unfortunately omitted at our last meeting.
I move to accept and adopt the minutes of April 17, 2014.
And?
Second.
And those?
We got to do them seriatim.
Oh, okay.
She's going
I have to abstain from April 17th, 2014, as I was not present at that time.
Thank you. Motion and second is heard for approval of the minutes of April 17, 2014. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passed and carries, and now any,
I move to accept and adopt the minutes of January 15, 2015,
There's a correction.
with a correction.
the correction being the, oh, that's right.
Member McKenna, member
Right.
Bagwell.
Thank you. So there is a motion and a second for approval of the January 15th, 2015 minutes with a correction as noted in the members present. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. I will now ask the mayor to present a proclamation.
Oh, I'd be happy to do that. I'm going to read it from here. This is a proclamation for Carson City Public Health Week 2015. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Carson City is a growing community that has shown leadership in the state of Nevada in the field of public health through the pursuit of public health accreditation, innovative partnerships to promote health among its citizens, and interdisciplinary implementation of health programs. And whereas public health has played a crucial role in laying the foundation for good health and improved longevity by working to immunize people against disease, identifying and controlling environmental health hazards and infectious diseases, improving the health of mothers and children, and promoting healthy behaviors, including increased physical activity, good nutrition, and smoking cessation. Right, Sheriff? And whereas public health professionals at Carson City Health and Human Services, just making sure you're listening there, okay. Whereas public health professionals at Carson City Health and Human Services and our partner agencies across the region have long been at the center of these efforts, working in a variety of evidence-based programs, including nursing, education, nutrition, and epidemiology. And whereas Carson City's health professionals have been on the leading edge of developing new strategies to address the needs of our citizens, assessing environmental hazards, providing valuable services to diverse populations, preparing for large-scale emergencies, and promoting healthy lifestyle choices. And whereas Carson City faces ongoing public health challenges, including rising healthcare costs and the burden of chronic diseases, which will require a strong public health system with an even greater emphasis on prevention and wellness. And whereas public health leaders are grateful for the contributions of people in all sectors of society who are helping to build and sustain a healthy communities by focusing on education and economic development, the social determinants of health. Now, therefore, I, Robert Kroll, Mayor of Carson City, do hereby proclaim the week of April 6th through the April 12th, 2015 as Public Health Week in Carson City. And in support of that proclamation, let me just say, you know, we said that we're public health in Carson City is on the leading edge of, our region and our state. I think it's fair to say also that it's on the leading edge of public health throughout the country. I mean, our public health department and our Board of Health in particular has done some amazing things with respect to interjurisdictional sharing activities, and those are leading models for cost sharing throughout, particularly in the area of environmental health, but for us, but for cost sharing for a number of different activities by governments. So I think that's a big step forward, and I think our staff deserves a lot of credit for putting that together going forward. So that's our proclamation for today. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
What do we do about those?
Hang on.
We all nod approvingly?
No
Okay.
action necessary.
We all nod approvingly. Thank you.
The record reflects we're nodding approvingly. You're all
Let
right,
the
Doc.
record
I'll have to
reflect
remember that one.
All right.
I'll hang on to this, and we'll give it to Nikki when we're done.
All right.
Thank you. And so I'd like to just talk a little bit about the Public Health Week. Public health isn't always well understood or thought about until we have an emergent situation such as Ebola or the measles outbreak. But public health covers everything from immunizations to restaurant inspections, promoting healthy behaviors, to making sure our community has resources during disasters. So next week, there's a theme for each day. And on Monday, it's raising the grade. And the U.S. trails other countries in life expectancy and other measures of good health. And this holds true across all ages and socioeconomic groups. But we have, as the U.S., made some improvements. We have a decline in smoking rates among adults. We have increased the life expectancy, reduced infant mortality, and the cardiovascular deaths are declining. But other countries are succeeding faster than we are. On Tuesday, it's termed starting from zip. So today, your zip code says a lot about your health. It may say more than what your genetics say. Within the United States, there are unacceptable disparities in health by race and ethnic groups, state by state, and even county by county. So recently, the 2015 county health rankings were released, and Carson City ranked 4th in health outcomes and 7th in health factors. Compared to 2000, the year prior, we were 5th in health outcomes and 10th in health factors. So, and if you want more information, you can visit the website. It's countyhealthrankings.org, and you can drill that down to each county, and it's kind of interesting to look at. And as a part of our accreditation process, we're hoping to continually see improvements through our county health improvement plan, which is based on the county health assessment, and our health department strategic plan. So Wednesday is building momentum, and this is influential leaders, companies, and organizations are taking important steps in creating the healthiest nation. So the American Planning Association has, for the first time, dedicated a whole day of their annual meeting to health. And state planning associations and state public health associations are partnering on grant opportunities. Also, CVS stopped selling tobacco products and has expanded their programs to help people quit smoking, such as training their pharmacists and also bringing in advanced practice nurses to help their customers learn how to quit smoking. And 16 major food and beverage companies have reduced the calories in their products they've sold by 6.4 trillion calories. Thursday is building broader connections. And in the work to become the healthiest nation, we can't do it all on our own. We have to expand and create partnerships with everyone that has an impact on health, such as city planners, educational professionals, the public, private, and for-profit organizations. And on Friday, it's building on 20 years of success. So 2015 is the American Public Health Association's 20th anniversary for coordinating National Public Health Week. And some of our accomplishments that we've seen are healthier mothers and babies, the increase in immunizations, motor vehicle safety, family planning, tobacco as a health hazard, and the decline in deaths from heart attacks and stroke. So what's our next steps? We still need to work together and collaborate so we can create the healthiest nation in one generation. And so the health department and we have collaborated with the Visitors Bureau for next week to create a fun activity focusing around physical activity. And I'm going to bring up Courtney Bloomer to explain to you what that is, and I hope everybody participates next week.
Hi, everybody. Courtney Bloomer, Carson City Health and Human Services, Western Nevada Safe Routes to School Coordinator. I am excited today to tell you about this year's National Public Health Week project. Each year at the Health Department, we take on a project for National Public Health Week. In previous years, we've done table tents at restaurants. We've done signage along some of the paths around town with public health messaging. This year, we've taken on a new project, which is, to my knowledge, a first-in-the-nation collaboration between a health department and a visitors bureau. So what we're doing this year is we're working with the Carson City Visitors Bureau and the Visit Carson City app, so everybody make sure to download the app on your smartphone to encourage people to walk more in Carson City. What we've been able to do is create a tab on the app, on the Visit Carson City app, that is called the Health Walk Series, and it directs people from the Visitor Center to different locations, points of interest in Carson City, and encourages them to walk. Our city's very walkable. We have great facilities, we have great sidewalks. We want to encourage people to get out there and use those. Additionally, since traffic safety has been a bit of an issue in Carson City lately, the Sheriff's Office has been working really hard on that, and the Health Department has been collaborating with the Sheriff's Office on those initiatives also. We have integrated into the app safety tips for people who access our walking series so that they can see what they need to be doing to walk safely. Tips like looking both ways, making sure the driver sees you before you step out in traffic, making sure that you're dressed appropriately so that you can be seen by traffic, and we really want to encourage people to walk, but also to walk safely. So we hope that people will access our app on their smartphones to get directions to places, and I would also encourage everyone to follow the Facebook pages of the Visitors Bureau and the Health Department, because on Monday morning we will be releasing via social media details about our fun kickoff event that is going to take place next Monday. So stay tuned to our social media to get more information about our National Public Health Week events. And also, I have brought some little walking safety booklets, and they will be available on the back table. These have lots of great tips about how to walk safely. Join us next week. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Courtney. We always appreciate your enthusiasm.
I guess so. I feel better already.
If you can keep up with Courtney on a walk, you are in good health by definition. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Nikki. I will just go on just briefly to my report. I don't have a whole lot to say. I just want to mention that I've been working on the together with Supervisor About and a number of others on reestablishing sexual assault exams in Carson City. It's a process that we are hopeful about, but there's lots and lots of steps to be accomplished there. The Health Department is continuing to work on accreditation, and I've participated in a few of those meetings. The paperwork process is, to say the least, daunting, and Valerie Coipe has been working hard on that, so we're getting closer and closer to submitting all the paperwork to find out if we can be accredited. And then last but not least, because we're going to spend some more time on it, is working on making sure that the resources that the city has allocated towards public health through the Carson City Health and Human Services are adequate, that they're being used appropriately, and that the citizens are being served appropriately. So we will talk a bit later about the Resource Stewardship Advisory Board. So that's what I've been doing. That's enough of that. I think I usually do, yes.
I move to accept the health officer's report and give direction to staff on CCHHS activities.
Second.
Motion and second has been made to approve the report that I just pulled off my cuff, and we'll go from there. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, motion passes. And we will now go to the director's report. Nikki?
For the record, Nikki Aker, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services. So we just talked a lot about National Public Health Week, so I'm not going to say any more about that. So first off is Human Services, and this just gives a synopsis of what we did in the past year. And I'll just explain briefly just a little bit of each of these. So WIC, or Women, Infant, and Children. So you see that 12,587 participants. This thing is per child and each encounter. So it could be duplicate children, but it's each encounter. For case management, the 4,836 appointments, those are kept appointments. And what that entails is housing, utilities, application assistance, be it with Medicaid, energy assistance, or food stamps. So it's helping with those applications. We had 2 job fairs, and you can see there, all of you have heard a lot about the job fairs, but that summarizes the 114 employers that, again, could be duplicate employers, just because they a lot of times will participate in one and will also participate in the other one. And we'll have some numbers for the February one here in the future. We're still gathering information. I've got a slide on that too. Our workforce program, so this includes appointments with our workforce case manager. It's getting job placements. We, every Wednesday, have a workforce strategy class that individuals attend, and there were 49 of those classes, and then in those 49 classes, there were 478 that attended those classes. And again, that could be duplicate people, and most of the time it is. The financial literacy, that's in collaboration with the Nevada State Bank. And then the emergency services, we had 20 clients that we assisted. We have, and in addition, we have 15 people in housing programs that were homeless, 9 of which were chronically homeless. And what the definition of chronically homeless is, they're homeless 1 or more years, or they have 3 bouts of homelessness in 3 years and have a disability. So, and then, in addition, we've helped 20 clients with one-time rent or utilities, and that's a maximum of $275. So this, like I said, we just had a job fair, which most of you are very well aware. Some of you attended. And then we collaborated with the Carson City Chamber of Commerce. And to assist with the event, we had 16 volunteers that helped, who donated 4 hours of time. And as you can see, we had 537 job seekers, and 63 of those were veterans. So, and the surveys went out to the employers, so we'll get some other numbers back. Those surveys aren't always real. They don't tell the whole story because we don't get all the surveys back, and some of the employers cannot trace back to the job fair. And I just want to just make a little note about the job fair. You know, as the economy's getting better, we're going to be working with individuals that have barriers to getting jobs, such as lack of documentation, disability, or other barriers. So, and the grant that we have does focus on getting that lower income population into the job force. So you could see the numbers decline somewhat, but that's, you know, the reality of it as we move forward with the job fairs. So clinical services, we just recently filed our end-of-the-year report for family planning. All of these numbers are for family planning. And as you can see, our 20 to 24-year-olds are the largest group that we're seeing for family planning. And in 2014, we saw more 40 to 44-year-olds compared to 2012 and 2013. And that last slide was for the females. Now this is for the males. Again, we're seeing more 20 to 24-year-olds in comparison to other age groups. And in 2014, we saw more 25 to 29-year-olds and more males over the age of 44. So this is our breakdown of the income level that we're seeing. And as you can see, there's not a big difference between 2013 and 2014. They mirror each other very closely.
Go back to that one just a minute, please. I do think that it's important to recognize, you know, the biggest part of it are those folks who are quite indigent.
Mm-hmm.
And, yes.
Nikki, what this slide doesn't show is what the reference is. It says by income level, and then it says 100% and below, but it doesn't say below what.
It's poverty level.
Poverty level.
That should be, which is, I can't, what's the number, Mary Jane?
I think the 2015 hasn't come out yet, and if I recall, last year was 980.
Here I have, so the 2014 poverty guidelines, if there's one person in the household, it's 11,670. Two people in the household, it's 15,730. Three people, 19,790. Four people, 23,850, and it goes all the way up to 8 people in the household, and that guideline is $40,090.
So I think there's I know there's general agreement that the federal poverty guidelines are less than what, using the federal poverty guidelines is sort of the bare minimum, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. So this is looking at our unduplicated number of users by their insurance type. And as you can see, the public in health insurance, we're beginning to see more of those individuals. We're seeing some more private health insurance, and our uninsured amounts are decreasing.
So Nikki, do you anticipate as time goes on that number will actually continue to decrease because of
the uninsured?
Yeah, shouldn't that start going away, and maybe our service levels will?
It's not going to totally go away.
Right.
It won't totally go away because there's individuals that cannot get insurance, being undocumented.
The other thing is initially we thought, well, maybe those service requirements will decrease, but there are some other factors, not necessarily unique to Carson City, but service availability is a big factor. And because our services are affordable for many folks, they will continue. And quite honestly, the clinical services delivered are of very high quality. And so, it's a good value for people to receive family planning services at the clinic. So, yes, what the hope is that the uninsured, the green will head down, but we're no longer as certain as we were that the total numbers will decrease. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you really look, that one, you'd have to add the 3 numbers together, but it's fairly consistent when you add it across. It's just changing the opportunity for us to recover money, though, for the service.
Right.
So it may become a more self-supporting activity.
And I don't mean to say that clinical services should be one of our, should be one of the primary goals of public health, because I don't think that it should be. But at this point, I believe it's a very necessary service for the health department to deliver. And of course, I think as each year goes by and we see what develops as far as, if there's other clinicians who come to town, that would make a big difference too.
Okay, I do have a question too. Of the number of uninsured showing on this slide, do you have an estimate of what percentage pays and what percentage we don't get reimbursement for the services?
I don't have that number right in front of me. What we do is if they are uninsured and, they report what their income is, we tell them what the service cost. We ask for a donation. Sometimes we may get something, sometimes we may not, we may get nothing. And I'd have to look and see if we really keep track of exactly who's paying and how much, but.
I'm just going back on the conversation that we had with Ronnie Gallus, who's the Director of Clinical Services, and she said that, and I can't remember the exact number, but somewhere on the order of about half of the people who receive services will donate something, whether it's $5, $10, or whatever. It certainly does not cover the cost of the service. But there is some, I think that people do feel some obligation to try.
And we're also, of course, we bill Medicaid, and we have a number of private insurance that we also bill, that we contract with. So. Okay, I'm going to move on to environmental health. So these are numbers for 2014. So we did 524 inspections and saw 552 violations. And then, like this slide shows, there's 59 critical violations. Now, when you're talking about critical violations, these are violations that can lead to a foodborne illness. And it may be that the foods are more than 5 degrees out of temperature. There's an employee issue. There's a facility issue. And with these critical violations, we'll do a follow-up. We either do follow-up right there on site and try and get it corrected on site, or work with the restaurant owner and go back and check things. And then with the non-critical, these are looking at basically the industry's best practices and following in those, with those guidelines. It could be like improper storage of dry goods or ready-to-eat foods, that there's no employee with a food handler card on site, that there's things that are not cleaned appropriately, and our low-risk establishments are bars and convenience stores. And then our higher risk establishments are those full service establishments, including the sandwich shops.
Dustin, can I ask a question? How do these numbers compare with national statistics? I forgot to ask you before. Dustin Booth is our Director of Epidemiology and Environmental Health Services.
For the record, Dustin Booth. I do not know how they compare to national standards. I would have to look at that. Each inspection is its own unique environment, and we can encounter a lot of things that go on in one inspection, or we can encounter not so many, violations. So every time we go out, it's a very unique, and to try to say that they're all standardized the same way each time, it can be problematic. I have done looking at, there have been some national studies, and we've looked at our the critical violations and the types of critical violations that we have. We're in the process of changing the food code changed for the state of Nevada in 2013, or December of 2013. So last year we've been looking at our processes differently based on the food code. And so once we have more data, we can try to do those other comparisons. But right now we it's sort of a guess when I do those comparisons.
Thank you. The reason I brought it up is that I think that, that's sort of what we have been, and I know you and I have talked a little bit about making sure that our processes are standard, which they are within the thing, but also standard across the industry. But also, Justin has mentioned in the past that the critical violations are the important part of it. So when you look at the number, you think, oh my gosh, 552 violations, but realizing that a relatively small percentage are those that are truly possibly threatening, I think is the important part for me to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dustin, also, does this include the Douglas County numbers or just Carson City?
This is strictly
Just
Carson City.
And of those critical or non-criticals, it could be multiples for a single location, correct? So it's not necessarily that we did 524 inspections and this appears every single restaurant had a violation.
Yeah, when you look at that, and then also we have to remember too is that we, for our food establishments, we have risk-based inspections. The higher the risk, the more often we inspect. So there could be a full-service restaurant. The first inspection maybe had no violations, but the second inspection had many violations. A lot of it. Each time we go in there, it's a snapshot of what's going on. We could be the first time we were in there, it could have been a morning. And then we went in an afternoon and we see different processes and haven't been able to address that with the operator before and have to deal with those at that time.
Thanks.
Okay, now our epidemiology. So this is our influenza or flu reports. And as you can see, the 2014, 2015, we had a peak in there. And like this slide says, we received 68 more reports compared to that same season of last year. And these were tests conducted through the healthcare facilities in Carson City. And at this point, we don't have a reporting mechanism to compare those that have tested positive and look at if they received the flu shot or not. So that would be kind of nice to know, but we don't have that mechanism to do that. And as you all are aware, CDC reported that the vaccine was not a good match this year. So. Okay, this is kind of a busy slide, but I'm only going to highlight just a couple things on here. So in January, of course, we had the planning for the Ebola preparedness exercise, which took place in February, and this was in collaboration with Carson City Emergency Management and Douglas County Emergency Management and Carson Tahoe Hospital. I actually participated in that exercise, had my first ambulance ride to the hospital. Luckily, it was on a well site, so the exercise went well, and we did learn some things from it. Another thing we're doing are remote area medical planning, and that event's going to take place October 16th at Carson High School, and we are still in need of volunteers for that event. And we are going to be participating in the Crisis Standards of Care Review at the state level, and this is looking at preparedness again. We have a representative from the health department that will sit on that. So February, like I said, we did our exercise. And also February, we have the Family Assistance Center tabletop exercise, which was in Washoe County at the health district up there, and it was looking at Washoe County's plan for actions to take in the event of a mass casualty, such as we saw with the Reno air races. And in April, Carson City's going to have an exercise that we'll be participating in down here. And we're already starting our flu vaccination clinics and events for 2015, 2016. we have to start that stuff pretty early, get the vaccine ordered, and so that we're ready to go in September. And we'll be contacting the schools and community organizations soon to start filling up that calendar. And another really exciting thing is that we are able to do a website revision. So we've been working on that. So that will be something, as soon as we get it launched, that I'll be reporting and everybody can take a peek at it. And that's been possible through tobacco funding. And in March, we've got our Family Assistance Center plan review, and that's in collaboration with Carson City Emergency Management. As you can see here, we've been busy by writing grant applications. We had 3 come through for the Ebola, so we were busy doing that. And then we had a number of CDC and the hospital preparedness side renewals that had to be submitted. So moving on to our chronic disease prevention and health promotion. Last week, I talked a little bit earlier about the 2015 county health rankings, and I presented at the Nevada County Health Rankings meeting in Reno to a number of individuals at different health departments, the state. There were private organizations there, so there was a good number of people there, and I reported on our journey to accreditation. So, and I've got some nice feedback about it. The state has contacted me for some information on how we set up our teams. So, and we initiated our workplace wellness pilot program to Carson City Health and Human Services staff, and this is through our insurance company. And through our insurance company, individuals are able to take part in this, and those that do not have insurance through Carson City, they can pay a fee and be involved. And of course, we're going to have all kinds of different activities, so individuals can be involved on all levels, such as walking and maybe some bike activities.
I know that this is something that has struck close to city manager's heart, so we're going to try it out with the health department and see if that motivated group of individuals can get any benefit from it, and then we'll make all the rest of those poor city employees toe the line.
We look forward to that.
And with this pilot program, you know, we've been collaborating with the Human Resources, our benefit person over there. So through our abstinence program, we began another session at Silver State Middle School, and that began the beginning of February, and they'll run once a week until this week. And then in March, we began a short series of 2 sessions up at the Virginia City Middle School. One for age group 9 through 12, and then another age group 13 through 15, and that's conducted as an after-school program. And that program is currently looking for new partnerships to get the program expanded and look at program development. And comprehensive.
Well, no, I'm just saying, so I think from the standpoint of the Board of Health, if there are especially youth groups or youth organizations that you think might be interested in this, please give Nikki or me or Valerie a call. It's a nice curriculum, and it's got activity. It's not boring, let's just put it that way. And it's something that I think all of the young teenagers would benefit from. So if you are involved in any of the youth organizations that might be interested, let us know.
And Valerie will report a little bit later. This ties in with our initiative with the Community Health Improvement Plan as far as teenage pregnancy. So, and then we've got another program. It's the comprehensive through the abstinence program, and They looked at the new curriculum, Be Proud, Be Responsible, so that's the curriculum that will be going out. And this curriculum, it contains the same content as previous curriculum, but it's just been the amount of time that they are teaching it has been reduced from 6 hours versus 12. And again, this is another program that's looking for new partnerships, so if you know of anybody, let us know. Under the same chronic disease prevention, health promotion division, we've got tobacco. And we had an individual that went back and attended a FDA workshop on e-cigarettes and heard from a lot of the organizations and individuals that are researching e-cigarettes. Of course, we're monitoring and providing information. There's a number of tobacco bills in the legislature right now, so we're watching those pretty close. One really exciting thing is we're promoting the Nevada's Quit Line. So we recently, the Quit Line is a CDC recommendation to help individuals quit smoking. And the National Jewish Health just recently started administering this for Nevada. And what's really nice about them is that they have a requirement that their coaches are either bachelor or master's prepared. So when these individuals are talking to a coach, they're getting individuals that have a higher level of education and are be able to help provide information and stay in touch with these individuals as they try to quit. We're also reaching out to our healthcare providers within Carson City and providing them education about the Quit Line. And we've pre-printed a prescription pad. It looks like this. And so when an individual goes in, they indicate to the doctor they want to quit smoking. The doctor can take out the prescription pad, fill in the information, sign it, have the patient sign it. This gets faxed to the National Jewish Health fax line, and then a coach contacts the individual. So in the past, it's been a lot that we give the number out and we rely on the individual or the patient to call the Quit Line, but this takes that other step. So, and we've had some really good response from our healthcare providers in the community. And then also through the tobacco grant, we will be obtaining a digital sign to help display health and tobacco-free messages there at the health department. Moving on to Safe Routes to School. So we had the Nevada Moves Day on March 18th. We had 7 Carson City schools participate. And the total that we had as of yesterday that participated was 699 individuals. It included the schools Empire, Borderwick Bray, Fremont, Fritch, and Seeliger. And we're awaiting the stats from Mark Twain at this point. And in addition to this, 122 kids, they either rode their bikes to school, they rode scooters, they rollerbladed, or skateboarded to school that day. So for a total of 821 kids at 5 of the schools. So we were really happy about that participation rate. For bike safety rodeos.
Nikki, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
Do you know what the number is of kids that would normally walk or bike to school on a given day, as opposed to the 800 and some?
You know, Courtney may know that number. She's coordinator of that program.
Hi, Courtney Bloomer, Western Nevada Safe Routes to School. We did do surveys at all the schools to determine the normal walk to school behavior, bike to school behavior. Those were parent surveys, and we sent those out and had them returned. On an average day, the number of kids that walks to school is somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which school, of about 18 to 22% of the kids walk to school on a normal day. On our days when when we have special events, Nevada Moves Day and Walk to School Day, which is in October, we see that number jump up to about 35%. So it does increase it, and also we're working on, with some of our schools, developing a more weekly walking program to encourage the kids to walk instead of just the 2 events a year.
So, and then, of course, the other event is the Bike to School Day, which is in May. And then we've got our bicycle safety rodeos, and we have conducted one at Silver State School. Other events that are booked, and that's out in Lyon County, and Courtney covers Douglas, Lyon, and Carson City. And so other schools that have events booked are schools in Yerington and some in Douglas County, along with Fremont, Borderwick, Bray. So, so we're excited about that. We've got a nice trailer that she takes out there with some bikes. So if kids don't have bikes, they have access to those bikes since they're brought out. So May is Bike Month. And so stay tuned for activities and check out our Facebook page of what we'll be having going on during that month. We do know that the celebrity ride is going to be taking place. It's through Muscle Power.
And yes, all of you are celebrities, just in case you wanted to know.
Yeah.
So you will be required to be on your best bicycle for that day.
And I know a number of you have participated in the past, and we're hoping everyone's going to be there again. Nick even participated last year, and he wasn't even
May 6th, I
appointed.
think. 6, isn't it, Courtney?
You know what, I don't know off the top of my head. I'll look and y'all will get an email.
And Dr. Pintar touched on our accreditation. Our deadline for documents submission is May 19th. So as you can imagine, some of our stress levels a little high, and you know, major heartburn some days, and we're looking a little stressed. So if you see us looking stressed, so we're getting near that deadline. So it's been, there's a lot that goes into it, and we've, you know, have put processes in place. It's been a long process, a very good process, and we're really excited about this. So after we submit, then we're going to be getting ready for our site visit. We'll be conducting, the Board of Health members will be providing education for you on the accreditation process and just accreditation in general, so look
Nick,
forward
I was
to
going
that.
to remind us, for the benefit of some of the newer members, is that the site visit will include interviews with the Board of Health. So that's why we want you to feel like you can answer the questions. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Just saying.
But we'll, like I said, we'll be getting some education to everybody, and along with our community partners. You know, this is, accreditations, it's a lot about working and collaborating with those community partners too. So we're going to begin, we've got our quality improvement plan, and we're going to be looking at doing our annual revision of that. So something that we, since that was put into place, that we do every year. So, and with quality improvement in mind, we have our divisions conducting a quality improvement project at least one a year, at least try to. And as we went through this process, we're bringing these quality improvement projects to you so that we can report on them, and we have one to report on today. So, and in March, we disseminated 2 customer satisfaction surveys. All of you received one as a community partner, someone that we collaborate with, and then our other one was with our customers. So, and we, the results of this survey, we just discussed them this week. They had some really favorable results, and we'll be looking at them further to see if there's any quality improvement projects that we can get out of those surveys.
And that concludes my report. Are there any additional questions?
All right, I'll entertain a motion for, oh, yeah, I'll do that too. Any public comment? Thank you.
Okay. I move to accept the director's report and give direction to staff on Carson City Health and Human Services activities.
Motion and second have been made. Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion passed. Thank you, Nikki. We will now go on to the report of the Resource Stewardship Advisory Group. As you may recall, we will now go on to a report of the Resource Stewardship Advisory Group. As you may recall, this was formed last fall. Supervisor Bonkowski, Supervisor Shirk, Nikki, and myself met a few times to review the programs of the Health and Human Services. We wanted to review these for a couple of reasons. One is so that the Board of Health members would become more familiar with the programs that the Health Department does deliver. We also wanted to make some decisions as far as or some recommendations, I say not decisions, recommendations as to the programs that are of, shall we say, greatest value to the community, as well as to demonstrate some of the fiscal responsibility to provide these programs for the community. I think, everybody has this report in front of them? So just for the sake of the record, the advisory group received and reviewed information on the programs currently offered by the Department of Health and Human Services in Carson City. A comprehensive fiscal review, such as a cost-benefit analysis, was not conducted. I don't want you to think that we took each one. No, and that's what I'm saying, that this was not a cost-benefit analysis for each program. What it was looking at each program's funding source, the perceived values of the program to the community, and the legal necessity of the programs. The following is a summary of the Health and Human Services programs currently offered through CCHHS and recommendations which resulted from this review.
That's what we didn't get.
So you did not get this?
We did not get that, no. We didn't send out this actual, as you and I spoke, we didn't send the actual report out. It was going to be discussion.
Discuss it, we don't have it.
Yeah, that was not my impression.
We may want to table it.
I think we need to table it then. This is what was supposed to come, this four-page thing.
Okay, so we can do that.
Okay. No. Yeah, well, okay. So I'm sorry, then that was a misunderstanding, because I had understood that the four-page report that we'd worked on was being put with it, not all of this, but just the summary. Okay. All right, never mind. Then we will go on to discuss our last, no, I take it back. The Community Health Improvement Plan, Community Issue H, as everyone recalls, there are a number of community health improvement issues that have been part of our Community Health Improvement Plan, commonly called the CHIP. And we try at each meeting to talk about the progress that's been made with each of these. Today's topic is Issue H, which is teenage pregnancy, and Issue I, which is sexually transmitted infections. Valerie will come and tell us what's been going on there.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Health. For the record, Valerie Quape with Carson City Health and Human Services. So good to see you all again. And this time I am reporting on the progress of our Community Health Improvement Plan, Community Issues H, Teenage Pregnancy, and I, STD infection. Both teenage pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases amongst all age groups are nationally identified public health concerns. Just as some background, from the 2013 Nevada Rural Health Data Book, the teen pregnancy rate in Carson City for females aged 15 through 17 in 2010 is 30 per 1,000 people within that population. For contrast, the same matrices for Clark County is 25.5 per 1,000, Washoe is 24.9 per 1,000, Douglas is 19.6 per 1,000, and Lyon is 22.1. So we are the highest of not only the jurisdictions that have a health department, but also in our local area. The 2013 chlamydia data for Carson City teens ages 16 through 18, provided by the State Department, the Nevada Department of Public and Behavioral Health, is the number was 44, with the rate being 2,024 per 100,000. So remember, those are two different rates. For comparison, statewide, for that same age group, 16 through 18, the number is 1858, and that rate is 1692 per 100,000. So our rate is even higher for chlamydia than it is statewide.
This is not something to be proud of.
Although our teen pregnancy and teen birth
want to be number one, thank you.
Although our teen pregnancy and teen birth rates have been declining over time, obviously this is still an issue. Nevada currently ranks 34th for teen births in the nation. This is a huge improvement, but obviously 34th out of 50 is not great. So that is why teen pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases were identified as priority areas within our community health improvement plan. So since the onset of the first rendition of the Community Health Improvement Plan in 2012, the two subcommittees, because each community issue is assigned a subcommittee, the two subcommittees decided to join together because we discovered that it was basically the same people involved in both, and there's no reason in getting everybody together for two separate issues that are so closely related. The committee had broad discussions regarding various topics, including education, access to services, local attitudes regarding these topics. By the initial publication of the CHIP, some activities were already underway to complete work on these objectives, including the implementation of evidence-based sexual health education programs for teens and preteens in the community. The before-mentioned absence programming started in 2012, and then we were also able to start to implement our comprehensive sex ed program in the grant cycle 2014. Comprehensive sex ed is actually in line with best practices for reducing the onset of sexual activities, although that may sound counterintuitive, and then also for reducing the incidence of not only teen pregnancy, but also the infection of sexually transmitted diseases. As we move forward, national and state level data about the attitudes of parents and teens regarding sexual health education and access to services is available, but nothing is specific to Carson City. And so what we were hearing from partner organizations as we were implementing these projects and as we were working as a community issue subcommittee was that there's a lot of pushback from parents and that the community members may not want X, Y, or Z. And so what we really decided to do was to look into implementing focus groups to gather relevant Carson City specific data about what parents want for their kids and also for themselves, what types of tools and resources they want. We also wanted to implement a focus group for Carson City teens to gather similar information. On the flip side of that, what do teens want as far as information as resources and education? And then also, since our young adult population, young people ages 20 through 24 is our highest group, or our group with the highest rate of STD infection, what is it that is causing that? Is there a gap in education? Is there a gap in access to services? Why is this happening? So from there, we were able to implement these focus groups in December of 2014. We put together a report to analyze the data that we were able to collect. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel the focus group for the young adult population due to a complete lack of registration for the focus groups themselves. The results from the parent group aligned with national data. The parents specified that they were in support of comprehensive sexual health education. They were in support in having access to services, obviously not without their knowing per se, but the health of their teen or preteen was in their best interest, whatever that might take. They also indicated that they wanted tools to help them open up channels of communication with their teens and preteens about sexual and reproductive health issues and also familial expectations. Conversely, the teen group indicated that they, and I quote, already know everything, because they're teenagers, and that they did not care to talk to their parents about sexual health or pregnancy matters, which is also not surprising, but the point that they made was that it was out of fear of judgment from their parent. They said that the best place to reach teens for educational purposes is within the school, and that any future focus groups should be implemented, A, by younger people, apparently we were all way too old, and then also within smaller groups and within peer circles. So take 2 or 3 friends at a time, sit down with them in a private setting, and conduct the focus groups that way. So we're currently looking into ways to actually make that happen, and we have been talking about the results of this focus group with Erin Bean, who is the head of the Family Life Committee at the Carson City School District, and then she is also the health educator there.
Valerie, it would seem that it would be better implemented within school hours in smaller groups and focus groups so that you can at least get participation from these kids.
Val, I have a question for you too. Do you believe that there is a correlation between alcohol consumption and the age group that has the highest STD rate? Because it seems to me that the 20 to 24-year-old age group also has the highest alcohol consumption level. So, what do you think?
Dr. Pintar looks like she wants to jump in on this one.
I'm going to tell you that the human brain does not come to maturity until 25. The female brain a little bit earlier, but the human male brain definitely does not. Well, no, I'm giving you a break here, but, and I think the sheriff will back me up on this, that almost everything is highest at the 20 to 20. I mean, the young men that the sheriff needs to deal with are typically 20 to 25 years old. So they're probably, yes, there's a correlation, but there's a correlation between, I would say, all risky behaviors in those age groups.
How do you pick your focus groups?
So that's another process that we need to reevaluate. When we did our parent focus group, we sent out invitations through our partner organizations. And this kind of leads in, I'm sorry, what? Partnership Carson City. I went to the Carson City School District School Wellness Committee, which I have the opportunity to sit on, and I was able to pass out information and invitations there. We also spoke to Partnership of Community Resources, and I'm looking at Dustin because he's my co-chair. Okay, apparently that was, we also did, WNC was a really great partner for helping us to recruit our young adult population, and so they put up the advertisement that was specific for young adults up on all of their media centers, TVs that they have different programming on. And I was told that there was also going to be an email sent out. I'm not sure if that happened. Obviously, we didn't have any registrations, so that's unfortunate, but we do thank them for their help and their partnership. Let's see, for our teens, we also worked with, I think that was where we worked mostly with Partnership Carson City, and then also with our adult population. So some of the kids that participated in the teen focus group were also the children of the adult focus group members. Capital City Circles Initiative was also contacted for both groups as well, and so we were able to get a lot of participants from them.
So I guess the question I have is, we hear a lot about focus groups, you read a lot about them, but how comfortable are you that the focus groups you got are representative?
That is an excellent question. We actually looked at our participants and realized that these groups might not be representative, particularly the parent group of the community as a whole. Many of the members of the parent focus group were healthcare providers or involved in health education or of the like. And so, to move on to our next objectives for our committee, we have implemented a parent survey. It's available in both English and Spanish. It went live this morning. Partnership of Community Resources in Douglas County, Partnership Carson City, and Healthy Communities Coalition out in Lyon and Story counties have all offered to host it on their website. It will be also hosted on our website. We are currently in discussions with both Carson City School District and Douglas County School District to see if they will be able to host those links as well, so that we can hopefully reach a lot more parents and a broader variety of parents. So that is our next project.
Valerie, have you looked at the possibility of maybe contacting WNC, their psychology program, and seeing if maybe you can get psychology students to intern as part of the focus groups? If the concern of the teens is that they want younger coaches or mentors, it seems like that would be a really good source.
We have considered that. What we need to do first is we need to ensure that we would be able to implement the focus group, and then we can start to look at times and other logistical issues. But right now, creating that partnership with the schools is kind of our first hurdle to jump so far. I know that our schools are very open and innovative, and so hopefully this is something that in one form or another we can move forward with. But yes, I think that's an excellent idea. We've discussed using interns from University of Nevada, Reno, but also with WNC in the community. I think that would be a really helpful way to help our students help us. All right, so I already told you about the parent survey. So one of our other projects that we're working on, and this project is actually spearheaded by Dustin Booth, our manager of our disease control and prevention, so epidemiology and environmental health division. We are looking at, as our chlamydia rates fluctuate and change, how much of that is because more people are being tested and so we're finding more cases, or are more people actually being infected? And so one of the ways that we're looking to do that is to look at the actual number of tests submitted to the local testing clinic, not testing clinics, but testing sites, to monitor the amount of tests that are being submitted, and then also the percentage of positive tests therefrom.
I think it's also important to recognize that it's not just clinic patients who are, these are all specimens submitted. So, you know, if a screening is done in a physician's office or at Sierra Family Health or somewhere, that all goes into the pool.
Yes, so that's going to be one of our next projects, so we will hopefully have preliminary data completed by the end of 2015. And that's all of our current action steps until we have better data from the survey. Any questions?
Thank you. No, I think that we can all agree that it's challenging. I would say many people probably understand intuitively what teenagers need to know. One of the hurdles is that, as Valerie pointed out, teenagers don't necessarily know what they don't know. And jumping over that hurdle is probably the biggest challenge for this topic, as well as probably the rest of their lives. Other questions for Valerie? We will continue to work on this. My guess is that this topic, this issue will continue on our next CHIP. And then as a reminder, our Community Health Improvement Plan is now 3 years old, is it not?
Technically, yes, and we're beginning the planning stages of our next community health assessment.
That's what I was just going to segue into, is that we want to make sure that the issues that we are focusing on are still current, and so within the next year or so, a new community health assessment process, and as part of that, we will be doing an abbreviated governance assessment, which, and all of us sitting here at the table today are part of the governance of the local health authority, and so we will be doing some assessments of ourselves and our activities.
Thank you.
Thanks. discussion only. And who's going to do? Valerie, are you going to talk about the QI project as well? Oh, yes, you are. Thought you were going to pawn that off on somebody else, but no, you got.
Again, for the record, Valerie Quape, Carson City Health and Human Services, this time as coordinator of the adolescent health education programs. So as Nikki mentioned previously, it is the duty of all divisions of Carson City Health and Human Services to implement, hopefully, at least one quality improvement project per calendar year, and that is also a part of our strategic plan. So this project discusses issues regarding the registration process for registrants for not only, in the beginning, our abstinence-only education program. So as we started to implement the classes, at first there was no issues because we were having them one at a time, usually at the health department, and there weren't no other partner organizations involved. However, as we were able to add some breadth to the program and include other community partnerships, and the sessions were being held off-site, we were finding that these registration packets were being returned to us with absolutely no indication of what site or what session the registration packets were for. And so kind of as a preliminary project, we started disseminating the packets to partner organizations on different colored paper. Well, we only have a couple different partners at that time, so that's not too much of a problem. Unfortunately, some of the packets were faxed back, and so thus they're printed on white paper, so we couldn't tell which organization or which session that was from. And then also, some of our partner organizations, trying to be helpful, made copies of the packets, again on white paper. So that was another issue. Next slide. So what we did then is we implemented, and this is what the original form looked like. So we just had youth name, date of birth, and then other information discussing the content of the abstinence-only program so that parents are completely informed.
I think also as a little bit of a prelude, the idea, and she's titled it permission slip, the idea is that parents know that children are in this program, but also not to make it too intimidating for either the parent or the child. That, to try to present and say, here's some interesting information that we would like you to like your child to know about. Is that okay with you?
Exactly. We wanted to be complete with our disclosure on the different topics of our programs because we do talk about different types of sexual activity, and we don't want parents to be completely shocked and amazed when little Susie comes home and says, oh, did you know that you can get HIV through XYZ? So that was another reason for this permission slip.
For the record, you cannot get HIV through XYZ.
I was just trying to monitor my language. All right, so then we added a text box to the top of the registration form, and we put for office use only to designate the specific class session and class dates. With this, some of our partner organizations said, oh, we'll go ahead and fill it out for you. Sometimes we took the initiative ourselves, and this is what the new text box looked like. Unfortunately, that caused some inconsistencies. Sometimes the text box was not filled out at all. So, next slide, please. As of August 2013, the incidence of confusion had not decreased. Okay, so this also happens to be about the time that we were starting to implement our new quality improvement processes, Plan, Do, Check, Act. And knowing that we were going to be responsible for completing a QI project, we sat down with our program staff and decided that this would be an excellent opportunity to work on our first quality improvement project. So what we decided to do was to go ahead and do a process shift where we just automatically typed in our session number and location into the text box before being distributed to our partner organizations. Right. I think we're good on that. Okay, so this is what the new form would look like whenever we would disseminate it out to a partner organization. So the information was already there. Since that time, no further incidents of confusion had occurred. So that was during our check. So our plan was to make that change. Our do was to implement the change. And then at our check in May 2014, there were 0 incidences. So our act is to go ahead and maintain or monitor and adopt the change that we made. That may seem like a really, really oversimplified QI project, but as an initial QI project, we wanted to do something simple that wasn't overly intimidating to staff to make it a more comfortable process for them.
Valerie, just a comment, and the city manager, this may be for him as well. This is a fascinating exercise, and at the end of the road, you had success. My question is, are there other city departments that are having this same type of program, and is there a way that we can get your solution out on a citywide basis to all the other departments?
So within our quality, our QI project form that every person has to fill out before they complete their project or even start to implement their changes. So that's our plan stage. The very last box is, are there any other programs or services that could benefit from or potentially benefit from the changes within this project? We have not necessarily identified anything specifically at the health department, but we would be happy to share if anybody else has any other questions or comments on the issue.
How about just putting it in the employee newsletter so that if an employee in another group says, oh, what'd they do, it might help. Just why don't you brag about yourself in the employee newsletter? And then they could pick it up for their department too.
I don't hate that idea.
Yeah. I think the quality improvement process is certainly not new, but I think that one of the big objectives that the health department has is demonstrating, as you pointed out, its validity across the board. And it seems intuitive, like, well, of course we would do something like that. But really, when you put down all the steps and disperse that across the staff, then there's a much greater understanding within the department instead of just one or two people. And that certainly is something that I agree with you should be, that whole quality improvement culture, I think, is one that we would all benefit from within the city. Thank you, Ms. Valerie.
Thank you.
And if I may add, the whole quality improvement process, we've also had to do a lot of education about the process because it seems really simple, but when you're in the middle of the process, it did have to incorporate a lot of education to our employees.
Yes. Thank you. Any additional public comment? Hearing none, I will entertain an adjournment of the Board of Health, and we reconvene when? When's our next meeting? I'm looking at.
We're looking at June or July.
Okay, I thought we set those. That's why I'm looking at you.
We do have it set, and then you were discussing about a joint meeting. So.
We don't know. What joint meeting with?
With the
May 21st.
That's what I didn't think it was June. May 21st is when okay. All right, so May 21 is what we have. All right. Goodbye.
Development Authority, and let the record reflect that we have a quorum. And I'm going to open it up to begin with public comment. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment at this time, or we'll go through as we go through the agenda item? No, reflected, yeah. Gina.
My name is Gina Hill. I'm the Executive Director at the Brewery Arts Center, and I just wanted to come before you today and give you an update as to what's happening there. While the arts has been long recognized as a contributor to the quality of life, what I would like to speak about and focus on is how it contributes economically to the city. Numerous studies have shown that the positive impact of the arts have on a community large and small. When a family comes to a city, the first thing they ask is, what kind of schools are there? But the second thing they ask, what kind of arts and culture do you have? Recent studies show that every dollar spent in the arts generates $7 in non-arts revenue. Other research has further demonstrated that the arts are a magnet for corporations and effective economic catalysts for the revitalization of city centers. Where are we at with that? Well, the Brewery Arts Center has not lived up to its full potential in the past. But in the last 6 months, we can tell you for sure that we've had over 11,000 visitors come to our center, enjoy our events. That doesn't include Foodie's Bistro, that doesn't include the Nevada Artists Association. This was all done by a volunteer effort, by community members, our board of directors. How we plan to continue this is continue our successful music series that was started 6 months ago, where we're pretty much selling out every weekend night for our live music venues. We will be offering a summer concert series free to the public. We're going to become a more active participant in the Jazz and Beyond Festival as well. We are currently actively organizing a TEDx Carson City event that will take place at our facility in October. And we are going to utilize the entire campus unified for an art space to make community happen. We will also begin to track our impact to the downtown core as we work with businesses to incentivize the guests to go to their businesses after our events, maybe with a ticket stub or some kind of a drink incentive, so we can be able to tell for sure the impact of the Brewery Arts Center has on the downtown core. If Carson City wants to compete economically, they have to compete artistically. That artistic community that we will build will bring us not only economic stability, but the community we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to item number 23, and that is the approval of the minutes, and I will probably take them one by one.
I move to approve the minutes of April 24th, 2014 with a correction to Library Director Sina Lloyd's name. It should be an S and not a C.
Motion and a second. All those
Show me abstaining.
All right, and Lori's going to abstain. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Next set.
I move to approve the minutes of May 1st, 2014 as presented.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. One abstention. Supervisor Bagwell. Next set.
I move to approve the minutes of May 15th, 2014 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second and one abstention again. And all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. And June 19th, 2014.
And finally, I move to approve the minutes of June 19th, 2014 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Again, one abstention from Supervisor Bagwell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 24. And Lee, are you going to introduce this item?
I will. Thank you, and good morning. For the record, Lee Plummel, Community Development Director. To read this item into the agenda, so this is an action to provide for possible action, provide direction to staff regarding policies related to redevelopment funding for special events and discussion regarding priorities for consideration by the Redevelopment Authority Citizens Committee. So this item is really broken down into, for the purposes of discussion, I think it's broken down into two parts that I'd like to cover briefly and then open it up for questions. The first being that part of getting direction regarding special event policies. And then secondly, so that's a specific item, and then more generally, direction regarding redevelopment policies, priorities, and in particular with RAC's role in determining those priorities. So I want to take the first section to let me talk about special events first and what we have in the item for that. We'd like the board to provide direction to staff regarding proposed policy amendments that would split the advisory review duties for special event funding between the Cultural Commission and Redevelopment Authority Citizens Committee, also known as RAC, for various types of applications that are received. With the idea and the reason behind involving the Cultural Commission in the review and recommendation regarding the applications of arts and culture type would be that they generally are a group that have more expertise in those arts and culture events and funding and what it takes to put them on, and also other funding revenue sources that are possibly available to help with those types of events. So I want to note that this is not creating a new pool of money. It's not creating new events that are funded through redevelopment. All events would still have to meet the criteria of being within the redevelopment district and meet the other special event policies and be appropriately in the area for being funded by redevelopment. But it is merely splitting the advisory recommendation duties between Cultural Commission and RAC based on the type of application. So what types of applications are we talking about? Well, on page 6, I think it's the last page of your packet, I've prepared a table that shows all funding for all the applications that have come in over to redevelopment over the last 5 years for special events. Based on a draft definition of what arts and cultural events are that are included in your packet, I've attempted to kind of split them up on the table, with the upper half being what may be considered arts and culture events, such as the Nutcracker Ballet, Peanut Cracker Ballet. Those are annual events. Then we have the WNC musical theater productions, which in the past have included Les Miserables and Phantom of the Opera. Other jazz concert series and capital arts initiative events that I think generally fall in the arts and culture category. And then we have the other, and these have all been submitted, applied for, and funded as redevelopment special events in the past, with recommendations going before RAC and recommendations coming from RAC to the board. And then we have the other general ones that types of events that include the Taste of Downtown, Silver Dollar Car Classic, the fairs at Mills Park here, right next to us, and other downtown types of events and concerts. The draft policy changes are on page 3 of your packet, and they're underlined in kind of track changes format there. So we've had some of this discussion with the board and redevelopment authority in the past, and somewhat with RAC about doing this and giving some of these applications to the Cultural Commission because they have more expertise in these types of events. So what I've done here is attempted to draft some verbiage that would do that for kind of broad consideration by the redevelopment authority today. Now, what it would do would be to as I mentioned, all events would still have to be in the district. So per these policies, just kind of a general overview. So applications would still come in to the redevelopment department. Applications would then be split by staff in these two piles based on the definition included in here for arts and culture events. Then, obviously the arts and culture ones would go to the Cultural Commission. They would make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, who has to then approve the resolution for final funding of the events. Other redevelopment events would go through the RAC. They would make their recommendation back to the board. So all of those procedurally would go to the advisory committees in May. They would come to the Board of Supervisors in June for the final resolution and action to fund those events, just as you do now. So that's kind of an overview, and there were some questions brought up regarding the legal authority of the redevelopment authority to fund special events. So just briefly on that, there is within the redevelopment plans that this Board of Supervisors has adopted, a couple of the policies in there relate to encouraging people events and places to bring people into the downtown area. And NRS authorizes the expenditure of redevelopment funds for anything within those plans. So I've confirmed, just as a general overview, I've confirmed with the district attorney that indeed it is a legal expenditure of redevelopment funds to fund special events pursuant to your plans. The only note on that, and again, probably discuss that later with some policies, it does require any expenditure from the revolving fund from which these funds come can only be made by supermajority vote of the Board of Supervisors, which is 4 members of the 5-member Board of Supervisors by resolution. So a little bit on the process we're going through with it, still talking about just special events and these policies. So I've drafted these, and really what we want of the board today is if they're generally going the right direction, we're taking it to RAC next week for their recommendation. You're not adopting these policies today. If there's really big major changes, we want to know about that. I'd say generally if we're going the right direction, we'll send it to the RAC next week for their recommendation. And amendments, maybe their recommendation on the split of funding, the percentage between cultural events and other special events. And then we'll be bringing this back to the Board of Supervisors, Redevelopment Authority in April 16th for action to adopt these policies. So that's what we're requesting on the redevelopment, on the special event side of things. So the second part of the agenda item in discussion is a little bit broader and regarding kind of trying to get some policy direction for staff and RAC as to what redevelopment should be doing in the upcoming years with available funds. And just to note that this really hasn't come up, this is starting to come up again as redevelopment funds are coming back through property value increases. We haven't, over the last few years, there hasn't been a lot of funds available. Those are starting to increase, so we're starting to get questions and ideas of to use it for this or that. But again, ultimately, we need to have buy-in on how those funds get expended by 4 of 5 Board of Supervisor members. So we need some policy. What we're looking for today is some policy direction so we're not going everywhere. And to help staff kind of focus down on priorities, we want to get to where we're bringing back to we're establishing with RAC and the Board of Supervisors what our priorities are for the types of things that redevelopment should be doing. Just as a reminder, there was a few months ago, RAC, it was actually a little bit last year, RAC went through the process of developing a list of potential programs and the types of projects that redevelopment could be doing. They prioritized that list. It was scheduled for the Board of Supervisors review, but pulled from the agenda. And you know, part of it, I think, being pulled was to wanting more information on all of those types of projects. So, however, I think it was never intended to be specific projects. It was kind of, is it a priority to fund street sidewalk improvements downtown, or is it to develop an incentive program, or maybe, and what are the priorities? But in terms of getting, it wasn't it's not specific projects, but what we want to come away with is some sort of policy priority for RAC and staff to focus on in the upcoming year and then going into future years. So I don't know where the discussion will go today regarding that. You may not be prepared to have a detailed discussion. You may have some specific policies that you want RAC to consider, and that's fine too if we can get to that detail with direction to go away today. And I wish I could come to you and say if it was my idea, if my choice what to do with the money, what would I do with it? I could give you that recommendation, but the recommendations have ranged so widely. I think what I'm looking for is some direction to narrow down, and frankly, with the staffing time available, Public Works we have a lot of other projects coming in. Before I go send Public Works to get cost estimates on replacing light fixtures downtown, is that really a priority? So I think you know where I'm going with that. So I'll finish my presentation with that and be open to questions.
Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. I'm going to open this up to the board for discussion. Do we want to take the first portion of this first with regards to allocating funding or having the Cultural Commission jury what is more cultural in terms of format for special events as opposed to other events, and discuss that first and then go on to the second portion, which is about other priorities for the RAC? All right. Is that all right?
Can I ask Lee a question about the NRS? I know there was emails back and forth, Lee, about the NRS and how we can allocate the funding, and it was forwarded from our district attorney. It was highlighted. To me, it's a little vague. Can you clarify this? How does this predetermine the expense going to these cultural events or to the redevelopment events that's listed? How does this NRS classify funding could be spent in this fashion?
So it doesn't get to the detail of saying, so it's by redevelopment authority board policy that RAC even reviews them now. It's not a mandatory thing that you're getting these recommendations regarding these applications. So it's by your policy who you want to review them. If you choose to review them by policy, that's what we're talking about today. So the funding in general for these special events is really where the NRS authorizes you to do this. And, it's from NRS 279-628, Section 2, which says, by resolution of the legislative body adopted by a 2/3 vote. So that's the supermajority that needs, so you need that 2/3 vote. Any money in the redevelopment revolving fund may be paid to the agency upon such terms and conditions as the legislative body may prescribe for any of the following purposes. Subparagraph C being the applicable one, which is pretty much a catch-all phrase for what you have in the plan to spend it on. It says it's for any expense necessary or incidental to the carrying out of a redevelopment plan which has been adopted by the legislative body. This legislative body has two adopted plans that have objectives for the expenditure of the money, so we can point to policies within there relating to special events that authorize you to spend the money. It authorizes you to allocate money to events.
Where that authorization is coming from is from the redevelopment plan, which was also forwarded to us, right?
Correct.
Okay, then my question is, and I know from I forget who highlighted it, but it was item number 319, 320 is in reference to how these funds could be spent. But going back and reading through this, if you look at item number 302, do we allocate any money for this item, number 302? And if we do, how much? And if we don't, why not?
I can answer that without looking at the policy, but you can spend money, you can authorize money for any of these objectives within the plan. We don't have, I don't think the redevelopment authority has funds to fund everything within the plan. It's up to you to decide which ones you do fund, which will go to the second item as to what are your priorities to use the funds for.
But we could, this board could look at each one of these, and I think this is where we're lacking the discussion, is all these sections of where we can spend the money, because this has never come up before in a discussion that I recall. Maybe it has, but I don't recall ever having a discussion about spending redevelopment funds, and we are replacing the sewer and water lines in the downtown street area. We are making improvements to the street and highway and bicycle and pedestrian area downtown. So, and that's what these funds were collected for, and that's what I'm bringing up to this board for them to look at, because this discussion has never taken place, and should this have a higher priority than some of the other things, or at least a portion of the funding for which we collect this money for, go to relieving the debt that citizens will eventually occur, and the bond debt we will incur through the improvements, just in particular, just talking to downtown Carson Street. I don't think this authority board has ever had that discussion, and I don't think RAC has ever had that discussion as well. So I'd like to know, is this something that we have to say at this juncture, hey, we want RAC to look at this as a priority as well?
Yeah, again, that's the second part of the discussion. That's exactly the type of information and direction I'm talking about. I wouldn't say that this board, these 5 particular members have probably never had the discussion. I don't think it'd be fair to say that Redevelopment Authority has never had the discussion about these policies. But
and I kind of alluded to that. I don't recall. So I mean, I wasn't trying to point fingers. If that's the way I came across, I apologize.
And again, it's been a number of years since there's even been the possibility of spending money on any of these things, because there hasn't been money available. So that's why that's why it's coming up now for some direction.
And the funding itself, and for the public itself, can you tell us how much money the funding generates and how that comes about, and how much money we have to put to these two, how that comes about, where it comes from?
Well, yeah, let me start with where the redevelopment funds come from. So the redevelopment comes from property tax from properties that are within the districts. It's not an increase on the property tax, but it's a tax increment that goes to the redevelopment fund, with the tax increment being the increase in property tax value from the time of inception of the redevelopment district. So if your property taxes were $1,000 when the district was established and it's $1,500 now, $500 goes to the redevelopment authority. So it's not an additional property tax, it's just a portion of the existing property tax that goes into this fund. What was the second part of your question? What was the other part?
And I appreciate your explanation for this, because I think the general public really appreciates hearing how this all comes about, so I appreciate it. My second part was, how much funding do we collect annually for these?
I don't have the budget numbers with me. I think it's a couple $1 million, much of which is allocated. There's some of it to administration, and much of the revolving fund allocated to past incentive programs and other payments. What we anticipate, so as we're working on the budget in the next month, we will have a projection for undesignated infrastructure funds for redevelopment. It's looking like it will be a couple $100,000 in the next year, roughly, or 150, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, let me jump in for a moment. I think I could probably help answer that, Supervisor Shirk. We do collect a little over $2 million in redevelopment funds. A little more than half of that, actually about 60% of it, either goes for past decisions that the redevelopment authority has made, mainly in the form of incentive payments. There is overhead costs. We've also taken our 3rd Street project out of next year's redevelopment budgets. I have unwound a number of salaries that previously were being charged to redevelopment in the neighborhood of about $140,000, $150,000. That is really the pot of money that we're talking about most likely going forward is about $140,000 to $150,000 that would be available under the revolving fund for these type of activities that we're discussing right now. In the future, I'm going to try and unwind more costs. For example, we moved the library assets out of where the permit center is. Part of the BRIC used to have subscriptions to various websites and periodicals that aided in their mission. I'm going to try and move those costs over to the general fund as well. We've also reduced the payment in terms of rent that we were charging redevelopment from the BRIC. So we've unwound a number of costs already out of redevelopment, try to put those costs better where they lie, and that's why that's part of the reason we have additional funds that are available, and we're going to continue to do that to make more redevelopment dollars available, to do these whatever priorities this board comes up with.
I appreciate that. And that information would be part of the package that will go to the RAC, the funding and where we're at and how much we have coming in. That'll be part of their discussion when it goes to them. Is that correct? Would that be?
Not for this item. I think in the future, yes. I think as we get the budget numbers and budget and projections of what's going to be available, yes. Not for the special event policy, though. That's not what we have. And I will say, so I didn't mention this. I mean, tentatively in the budget, if the status quo moving forward for special event funding would be $65,000 towards special events.
But there's a ballpark figure that we'll have in mind when it goes to the RAC, correct?
Well, there's two different items for discussion. So next week we're bringing the policy for action for them to make a recommendation on the policy regarding splitting the advisory review of special events. The budget, so I think the available funding goes more to the second part of this discussion, which is priorities, which they're not going to be discussing next week, but at some future meeting, at which time they will have the projections and some idea of how much money we're talking about to be available.
Because on this, I mean, on your line item where it says we're going to allocate a blank percentage, you got to kind of know what dollar amount you're talking about, so how much we're going to allocate.
So that's for the status quo continuing as we have the last few years. That would be, and I think it's what's drafted in the budget for this year that you'll see. That would be $65,000 this next year for special events, just for special events that we're talking about. Possibly.
That's what I was trying to zero in on. And on your page 6, although this is the last 5 years, this funding has gone back further than this, right? It went back to the 90s something. I mean, we've been doing this for a number of years, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Nick, may I just ask one further question with regards to funding and the retirement of the incentives? Do you have a timeline on that, just so we have a complete picture of where we are?
Yeah, we have basically two different categories. We have the car dealer incentives. Off the top of my head, I think they both expire in 2019. I'm going to have to verify that. We do have a number of years left to pay those, and we have continuing sales tax incentives that will go on for much longer than that. So I can get the detailed numbers. I just don't have it right off the top of my head right now.
Thank you.
I think it's actually 2020 for whole and 2024 for companion, I think.
Yeah.
You also have the mall that has a, 10 or 15 year. So I happen to have the redevelopment budget projection model that we've been using in RAC. So we really are going to have, as we get out towards 2018, 2019, we will have around $400,000 $500,000 a year that's undesignated for required debt service or promised incentives. So certainly as we're going, we'd have an opportunity to do some of the items that Mr. Shirk is discussing.
Any other questions from the board for Lee or for Nick? Questions or comments?
Okay, let's go that different. Sure. So what I'm hoping that we can work with redevelopment and or the Cultural Commission is to answer some questions, because one of the things for me is I think these plans, and maybe the taxpayers don't realize also, is these are long-lived plans that we started in 1986. And so one of the districts lasts 30 years and the other one can go for 45 years. So I also think it's a good process every 4 to 5 years to review where are we going, is it being effective, is the money being put to good use. So what I did is to help the committees, the RAC and potentially the Cultural Commission, is I did type up 13 questions and I handed some out to everyone and gave some to the clerk. But I'm looking to ask whether special event funding should continue to be used with redevelopment funds. How do special events meet the goals and objectives of redevelopment? What percentage of redevelopment funds should be spent on the special events? Typically, like you said, we've done a fixed dollar amount, but should that change to a percentage? What methods can be utilized to determine the effectiveness of these special events? How many times in a row should an applicant receive funding? I hear a lot of times that people are concerned there's no opportunity for new events because we're so fixated on giving the same ones money. Should funding for an applicant be reduced each year? One of the criteria in the current plan is they're supposed to be reducing their reliance on funding from the city, and I haven't seen that addressed in any of the previous RAC meetings. So should that continue to be, and how are we going to implement that? Then the one that Mr. Shirk was talking about, should we be saving some of the infrastructure funding for a few years after we look at the success of 3rd Street and see a year later whether that's a model we should carry out throughout the rest of redevelopment, or is there better projects? So I'm just recommending that we don't necessarily have to spend the available infrastructure fund each year. We may want to save it up and really do a major project that would be of great benefit to eliminate a blighted area. Should automatic funding for the Nevada Day, Farmers Market, and Christmas tree lighting continue? Again, every so many years, I think it should be addressed. Should the fair be given any automatic funding from redevelopment? What type of reports should the applicant be required to provide at the conclusion of events? So I've been sitting on RAC for several years and we never get anything back. We give them money, but we don't get any reports on what's changed. Is it better this year? Did we get more participants? Are we getting less participants? Is it actually meeting a goal of redevelopment? Should the receipts for events be required with the payments, just so that we're assured the dollars are going for what it's supposed to? And how can we reduce the need to fund special events from redevelopment? And how can we measure any customer satisfaction with the special events? So, and then one other comment. I heard that you indicated, Lee, that your office would be determining where the application would go, either to the cultural or to the RAC. I would prefer that the applicants select where they're going and they not be allowed to go to both. So I don't think it's necessarily your decision to say, I want to be a cultural and arts event or I want to be a regular special event. The applicant should make that decision and they only get one bite at the apple. And that's my comment.
Any other comments?
Yep.
Brad?
I like Lori's questions, and I would have 2 additional questions to add to that list. One would be, should we consider the funding for priority programming to come from the general fund rather than redevelopment? And what I mean by that is, if we have a program that right now we make a nonprofit go through an application process to apply for grant funding or redevelopment funds. But we determine as a city, or the citizens of the city determine that that is a priority program that should be funded regardless, year in, year out, then I don't see the need to make them jump through the hoops of submitting an application every year. And I think that we should consider just funding that program. And then second, I think that it is prudent to require a business plan to come with the applications to ensure that everything possible is being done to generate cost recovery. And the specific example that I would use would be the fair. I think that there are things that the fair could do, such as charge a gate, or there's other things that we could possibly look at to generate more cost recovery so that that doesn't become an ongoing subsidy, unless, of course, the citizens decide that that's one of their priority programs and they want it to be. But I think that we need to have those conversations.
And I have some comments to add to Lori's comments and Brad's comments. And that would be that should we explore a facade improvement program? And should we review the design standards for aesthetic application, corridor specific? And related to that is the fact that the RAC will be charged as as a design review committee, and should that be a board of expertise when designs are reviewed, such that perhaps it includes the planning commission along with them and or the historic committee, whatever is applicable at the time. Should we look at the RAC having the ability, or taking redevelopment funds and looking at being able to purchase property? And I'll use redevelopment 2 as an example. Is there property that's available for purchase that will increase our parking capability out in that area? Just a thought. And then should RAC also look, and should redevelopment monies be reserved for, in the case of redevelopment area 1, doing the 4 connecting blocks that are not funded by the corridor improvements? So those are just some thoughts. There's 4 blocks that are not included in the corridor plan that, in terms of finishing the design of the streets so that it's coherent all the way down aesthetically, that perhaps that's something that should be looked at. Between Curry and Carson, right? Yeah.
And if I may just ask Supervisor Bonkowski, when you mentioned citizens, if they think it's a priority, how would we determine that in the phrase you said?
Through the Cultural Commission and the RAC would be, I think, the best way to do it, since those are public meetings and they're open to public input.
Hopefully they'll be held at 5:30 where everyone can attend those meetings. I think everyone's got some great ideas here. I hope these are all taken note and they will be forwarded to the RAC. Also, I would also say business plan sounds great, but when we're giving money to people, I think we need to see their tax returns as well. We could be giving money to somebody who's making millions and millions of dollars. So I think we need to see their tax returns as well. And I think we should look at RAC to look at buying property that's blight in the area as well that could help redevelopment. And I'll stress that RAC needs to look at funding the water and sewer lines with using that funding and any other improvements in that area as well. And I'll probably think of something more in a minute.
Are there any further comments from the board?
Just as a general, I tend to agree with the idea of facade improvements, and I'm not one in favor of granting additional incentive programs. I mean, I've been on here where we've been through where we've done the incentive programs and it's a win or lose and all that stuff. And I'm a firm believer that RAC, or that redevelopment authority money, should be used for common infrastructure development. And I don't have any difficulty with allocating a certain part of that for special events. And frankly, I don't mind what Lori said about having an applicant choose which way they want to go. Just don't have 2 bites at the apple. But I do think that, you know, there's a place for special events and cultural activities in terms of promoting a development area. And I also think that you know, the majority of funds that we have should be for infrastructure improvements. And that includes common infrastructure improvements. That includes acquisition of property, if it has a common purpose or a common theme that more than just one property owner is going to benefit. I'm in favor of doing those things with RAC. And I think that to some degree, I think we're spending a fair amount of time on these special events, and that's fine. But I would just remind everyone that we've spent a whole lot of money on incentive programs that take up probably 3/4 of the budget of redevelopment right now, where none of this type of information was required or requested. And those are long-term continuing funding obligations. And so we're making people jump through on special events hoops that yeah, we could have made, you know, and I think that all those incentive programs, you know, I might have questions with some, but I do think that, you know, they had a purpose. But I think that, you know, we need to keep in mind that, you know, some special events for, you know, they may not have the expertise to do everything that a business, you know, business purpose would have. It's not bad to have business plans and things of that nature, but let's keep in mind that, you know, what do we expect for other people who are getting 3/4 of this here today? And it's not that they're bad. In fact, I think that you could argue correctly that some of the incentive programs that we've developed over the years, particularly the ones with the auto dealers, have been ones that have been able to keep the city afloat during the recession times where, you know, other communities have had difficulty. We haven't had that difficulty. That's the, you know, the foresight of who put those plans together and how we're working. Now, I will say this just in concluding that, you know, if we go back to incentive plans, which I don't agree with, you know, those tend to get out of hand. I mean, and I will mention one that, you know, where we used to do 80-20 and then all of a sudden it was 50-50 on sales tax. And that hurt. And that caused us to go back and say, you know, let's take a look at what we're doing here. So bottom line, I think common infrastructure improvements are where we should be for use of, as a general rule, for redevelopment activities. I think that somewhere that there ought to be some way of promoting and fostering facade development, particularly in the core areas and throughout our community, actually. But I do think also there's a place for the arts and cultural and special events. And I don't have any difficulty allocating, you know, if RAC wants to allocate a certain amount of that to Cultural Commission, I think they're perfectly fine. I mean, they're a good place to vet those things out. They know what's going on. And you know what, I will, from a legal perspective, I know that there's a change in the language for special events. It says that the application for assistant has to be within the development district. You might want to take a look at that one, because I'm not certain that the Nevada Day Parade takes place all within a redevelopment district. And I'm not certain that events that happen downtown don't have events that happen, you know, that are along with it, you know, like some of the cultural, some of the arts events have things at the Brewery Arts Center, they have them at other locations. So I just think that, you know, maybe the word primarily in the redevelopment district helps, because I think that the law allows you to, doesn't restrict you to saying it's redevelopment only, I mean, in the redevelopment area. And there are areas in this town where I think that redevelopment, I mean, I don't think we need to go down to open up more redevelopment areas, but I do think that there are areas in this town that could benefit from a redevelopment look in terms of infrastructure development. And I'd be happy to talk longer about where I think those areas are, but I think that, you know, there are areas that could benefit from that. So, my 2 cents.
Going back to the facade improvements, there's the potential there for that to become a double-edged sword, because it feeds right back into The incentive programs, that would be the obvious way to do that, and I don't think anybody up here is really open to that. But we did approve last year a revolving loan fund, and that might be the place to explore trying to fund facade improvements whereby we could provide low or no interest loans to property or business owners to make those improvements, and then they would have to pay those loans back over time.
And I would just like to add to that, I pulled up some information, Cambridge, Massachusetts, it's one of the places that has a facade improvement program. And actually, the funding is limited to between $2,500 and $35,000. And it's exactly that. It's kind of a payback program, but it's geared upon certain criteria and standards that you want to see in a particular area, and it helps. It's a win-win scenario. It provides the ambiance that the community is looking for, and it also helps improve the person's business, and it provides access to business for residents. So that's the thought process.
When I talk about, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what Brad just said about, facade improvements can get into that. When I look at facade improvements, I know what Fish is doing, and I think that's great. That's a voluntary one. But what I would see, a potential for incentive for facade improvements where an entire block of business got together and said, we want to have a common facade between us. That, I think, where you're not picking one or the other, is helpful. Now, maybe, it's one starts, the other's doing it, but I think that if there's a general theme that could be done in a block or a couple blocks of people want to do it, I see that as a common improvement, not as a special improvement.
Hand in hand with that has to be tightened up development standards.
Yes, which is what I just mentioned.
I think it's a great idea, Mayor, but I don't think it can vary from block to block. I think there should be a standard. Everyone has to, within that area, there should be a standard.
No, I agree. I'm talking about the expenditure of money. I think that the standard should be relatively uniform, but I'm thinking about the expenditure of funds. So it's not just one business that gets it on a block, but if a whole group of them want to get it, that to me is a broader use of funds than just one. So, but I'm open to discussion on that. So.
Yeah, I am too. And I think when it goes to RAC, I hope they look at it and say, it has to be all businesses within that block. It can't be everybody but one decides not to do it. It has to be a standard within that block or within that district or within that redevelopment area.
Brad?
Well, that's an interesting comment, and I don't disagree with you, except I just thought of an example, which is where you have two property owners where one has an improved property next to a vacant lot. So how can you make the person that has the vacant lot participate? So I think we have to just think it through, but I'm open to the conversation.
You just develop the lot.
Maybe we buy the lot.
They'll have to comply with the new standard when that lot is developed.
And I agree with, I don't know who said it, but I agree that, I don't think we're in a position to buy property, but there are some properties, that, and I'm sure that everybody in this room knows what we're talking about. I mean, the Children's Museum has said for a long time, we ought to buy some property around there. I don't know, but I think that, keeping our eye on opportunities like that, because there may be private individuals who want to help do that type of thing as well. Recommendations, not necessarily expenditures, but.
Any further board comment? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone from the public have a comment on this? Sharon? Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. Sharon Ross, Capital City Arts Initiative. I'm going to speak to part one, the division of money, not the development. I think it was in 2008 that the Carson City Arts and Culture Coalition worked very hard with the Board of Supervisors to get the Cultural Commission created. And the arts groups in town, through the Cultural Coalition, worked to get a commission so that the art and culture in the city had official recognition and an official board that would help everybody promote the arts in the city. And with all due respect to the RAC committee, I really would recommend that the Cultural Commission be given a portion of the special events funding to disperse within the arts groups in town. I think it's appropriate. I think the Cultural Commission has been, is languishing the right word, for 6 years with no budget at all, other than terrific staff support, but no budget at all. All the arts community, all the arts organizations in town work very hard to help make the town have a dynamic and wonderful environment for culture and a good economy. All the arts groups really support the economy. If you want to think of one of the high-end groups that was towns that had terrific success with arts, was Ashland, Oregon. It's been terrific. I don't know that we're going to get to that level that quickly, but the arts absolutely do promote the economy. They also promote a healthy, we're having a meeting as a health board. A healthy community does have a strong arts and cultural life, strong values, strong sense of place, and an active sense of pride, and I think the arts organizations in this town absolutely promote those. So I really hope that you will give a portion of that money to the Cultural Commission, and yes, we can do final reports. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Anyone else from the public like to speak to this issue? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure?
So I think I have some good questions and information that I got to be able to take something to RAC to get priorities. I wanted to go back to special events, though. I did want to answer or clarify something that Supervisor Bagwell mentioned about letting the applicant decide which one they're going to. So the intent is not that they're applying to both. It's that they make one application, and by definition, they get assigned. What I wouldn't want to have happen is, and I'll use Sharon as a completely hypothetical example. She doesn't have success at the Cultural Commission one year, so she decides she'll try RAC the next year, even though it's an arts and culture event. I don't think that the applicant should pick and choose and play that game. I think if it's an arts and culture event, it should go to the Cultural Commission and that. So that's why I suggested that it be that way and recommended that.
I like your thought that they don't get to take multiple bites at the apple and see if they have a committee that's more favorable, which is kind of what I was alluding to, though, that once you've picked, that's where you are. You don't get to, like you said, next year I want to be something else, right? Okay.
Brad.
I had a couple of comments on the attached verbiage that Lee provided us with under section 3.2, which is on page 3, second paragraph from the bottom, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to add Cultural Commission or Redevelopment Authority, Citizens Committee, that we would have to look at the applications within 30 days. And then just a personal preference would be under 3.22 and 3.23, and this is just a recommendation to both the committees, is to add add an additional bullet point or provision on both of those that maybe limits the amount of time that an applicant can get funding. And then I would ask the chair if she would like us to make a motion on the allocation of a portion of the funds to the Cultural Commission here, or if the plan was to let that go to the committees and come back with a recommendation.
My thought would be that the percentage, first of all, it's going to be dependent upon applications, will it not?
Not as proposed in the policy, so that may be I think it's still a question whether or not you want RAC to decide. But so as drafted, it would be a percentage of whatever is allocated in the budget each year. So not dependent on applications at all, which may be more difficult. There's debate. We could debate that if that's fair. Because there's a lot of more applications on one side in 1 year, do we allocate more to them just because more have applied, or is it just a percentage? I mean, that's some discussion I think we want to have with RAC for sure.
Well, my thought is, yes, I would like a percentage stipulated in the motion. Okay.
Well, looking at the history, I think it's pretty evident that it looks like a 60-40 split is right along the lines of what we've seen over the last 5 years. So I can make a motion and see how it flies. All right, I move to approve an allocation percentage of each annual redevelopment special events funding budget to 40% to the Cultural Commission and 60% to the redevelopment special events. I'll leave it at that.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. All those in favor? Discussion on the motion.
Yeah. This is just a recommendation, correct? So it goes back to RAC for their final and then comes back to us? No. Well, that's what I'm clarifying. That's what I'm asking. So we're not going to let this go back to RAC for any discussion whatsoever. Well, all these bullet points we just brought up and how we're going to do this and allocation-wise, it won't come back. We're moving forward with the 60-40.
If I could clarify, my motion didn't have anything to do with the bullet points and the verbiage or the recommendations. It only has to do with the allocation of each year's budget. That's it.
I was just clarifying.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion?
I just want to, again, clarify for the public that it simply will allow RAC and the Cultural Commission to make recommendations back to this authority. There is no money that's moved or distributed to a pot. It stays as redevelopment as it always has. It's just who has the ability to rank and make recommendations on how the funding is distributed. That comes back to this board as the redevelopment to approve it. And so I just wanted to clarify that for the public.
And I appreciate it. Thank you. But all the bullet points that were brought up here, that will be forwarded to RAC for their input back to us as our recommendations to them, and then they'll look at that, discuss it, and then come back to us?
So a lot of the books, some of the, and Supervisor Bagwell, I'd like to make sure I get a copy of your list because I want to take that to them, but some of the comments pertain to special events that are going to RAC immediately. A lot of those questions on facade programs and other purchasing property will be later in the next few months going to RAC. Once we assemble budget information, as you mentioned earlier, and get more information on these. So that'll be part of the program in the next few months to work with RAC to get recommendations.
And I know there's a lot of bullet points, but all of that would be going, at some juncture, all of this will be going to RAC. That's what I just want to figure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Yeah. All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. And Lee, you have plenty of information? I do. Okay. All right. I'm going to open it up to one more public comment. Sharon?
Sharon Ross, for some of the specifics, those can all be, some of the things that Lori was talking about, those can all be discussed with each board separately, with RAC and the Cultural Commission. Those can all be finalized later. Okay, thank you.
All right, any further public comment? Seeing none, we will adjourn as the Redevelopment Authority and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors.
We'll now go to item number 28. This is possible action to appoint a member to the Carson City Audit Committee. We have one opening for the citizen at large. There's
And Mr. Mayor, we have Mr. Donald Leonard here, and I would ask Mr. Leonard to come up to the podium.
sat too long. Good morning, all.
Good morning. How you doing?
Magnificent.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about why you want to be on the audit committee and what you think the duties of the audit committee are?
Well, I believe that audit is an extremely important part of any operation. I spent, if you've seen my application, years as a division or a plant, and at one time a corporate controller. I dealt with internal auditors, city auditors, state auditors, federal auditors. It is an extremely important part of the review of the activities of whether it's a corporation or a city. And I believe my expertise, although I'm getting a little older, would help the people in that audit committee to look at what goes on in the city and to make sure that procedures, not just accounting, but all procedures are being followed religiously. And if you don't think that people find a way to get around procedures, I'm going to help you understand why that happens, because it does. And I think it's important to have an audit committee. I think it's important for the internal auditor to be supported, and that you all make sure that the recommendations that are made by the audit committee and the internal auditor and external auditor are looked at, and if there's a problem, fix it. I found all sorts of neat little things that people could figure out to do. I'll give one example and then I'll be quiet. Our division reviewed corporate travel and expense accounts before they could be charged to us. One of my helpers came to me one time. He said, I've been reviewing this expense account. 2 people flew to Bahrain, and one ticket cost $1,000 more than the other. And I said, well, it's obvious. And he said, what do you mean? The guy flew first class, but we're not allowed to fly first class. I said, exactly, and we will not accept that charge. But minor little things can become major, and audit is an extremely important function, and I'd like to help with that.
Somebody else? Brad?
Don, just a quick question for you. What was the date of your last employment, and what have you done since that time to stay abreast of current law?
Well, I retired in December 1992, so it's been a few years. Not a lot, I guess. I was active in the Republican Central Committee here. I was the treasurer for 4 or 5 years, and now an active member of the men's club that meets Mondays. Some of you have been to talk to us. But as far as law goes, I think you'd have to review what's possible or what you can do today. You know, I watch you guys a lot of time on TV, and you have to address some really stiff problems, and I'm sure the citizens expect you to do a good job, and us wonderful auditors will help you.
Thank you.
What's the difference between an internal auditor and the audit committee in terms of their function?
Well, the internal auditor is going to bring suggestions back to the audit committee as what they've found. The external auditor should do the same thing. We would be looking at what they're recommending and what they've found, and then discuss that as appropriate with you all.
I guess, Don, what I'm getting at is, you know, the internal auditor, in my view, works not for anybody but the board, the 5 here.
Yes.
And that's done on purpose from an accountability standpoint. I mean, it doesn't work for an audit committee because audit committees can go off the track too.
Well, but the audit committee, as I understand it, would be looking at those recommendations. I do remember an instant here where the internal auditor had a problem, she displayed what should be done, and she got fired. Ladies and gentlemen, that is, you weren't involved. That's dumb. What she was talking about was extremely important, had to do with redevelopment.
Yeah, I'm going to, I'll just say, you know, I've also seen the audit committee play politics, for lack of a better word, lack of a better phrase. And I know for a fact that sometimes things come out of that audit committee, not now, but have in the past, that were designed to create a special set of circumstances from a political standpoint and had really nothing to do with the audit. So I would just caution you that, and it's a caution to myself as well, that when we look at, when we look at the audit committee, it has a function to do, and the function is not related to politics. It's related to facts, figures, and understanding of what is going on in the city. If the internal auditor looks at what were internal controls, and we have a fraud, waste, and abuse hotline, the audit committee is there, in my view, to give this board its recommendation on how the city's performing and what it believes the city should be doing going forward as a matter of course. And it doesn't bother me if the audit committee takes a look at all the things that happen, but I think that the audit committee reports directly to this board after vetting things that come before it. So that's my 2 cents. And I would just, these things, like you mentioned, these things happen in the past, and that's why I mentioned things can go off the rail now and then. So.
Well, and I think it's extremely important to review internal controls as part of this. We have them out there, and believe me, people find little ways to get around what's supposed to be happening. But I agree, we should not be working on a political side at all. But we need to make sure that you people are aware of what's happening, and also, if necessary, direct what the auditors are looking at. I used to use internal auditors when I knew I had a problem that management wasn't going to look at. And they would come in and take a look and either tell me I was wrong or, yes, here's something that needs to be fixed. But it's been a while, but I'm still miserable when it comes to financial stuff. Ask my wife. Sure.
Mayor, you brought up some great points, and so did you, Donald. I would also, the audit committee meets at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was discussed in this last agenda item that citizens' input is important to get the feedback from the citizens within our community. Having a meeting at 3 o'clock does not allow citizens to attend. These meetings should be held, and I brought it up before, at 5:30. I know you can't do anything about it, but I hope this board and the city manager would look at all these boards that are meeting and allow citizens the opportunity to attend, and that the best way I feel is to have these meetings at 5:30. I know it's another agenda item discussion, but I thought I'd bring that up since points of interest were being discussed. Thank you.
Well, that's not a problem with me, and I agree. I belong to an association that likes to have meetings when people who are working can't attend, and I find that can be a bit of a problem. So timing is not a problem. I get up at 5:30 in the morning, so if you want to have them before people go to work, okay. My wife told me not to be funny, by the way.
You weren't.
Don, will you be willing to review the Nevada revised statutes before you sit on this committee?
Sure.
Okay.
I looked at I printed out audit committee stuff. I didn't print out the 14 pages of other material that I had to read, and I said I did. But absolutely, I think we need to make sure that what we are recommending and reviewing things are happening in the law. Sure.
Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll do it.
Go.
I move to appoint Donald Leonard to serve on the Carson City Audit Committee for a 2-year term that expires in December of 2016.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thanks, Don.
Well, thank you for your time, and I had to come through a snowstorm to get here.
We're glad you got here. We're glad the snowstorm is here, too. Okay. Let me see, where are we? On ready to adjourn, right?
28B, we're getting close.
Where am I here?
28B.
28B. Okay, AB 150, AB 415, go. Where am I?
AB 15.
AB 15, Mr. Mayor. This is an assembly bill that would do a couple of things, or do a number of things. Chiefly among them, it would set up a fund for the repair and the rehabilitation of the Stewart Indian School property. That would go a long way to removing a major piece of blight on the south end of town. This board has recently approved a map for development of up to 450 homes in that area. So it would aid not only in the property values, but in the timely development of that particular property on the south end of town there. The funding mechanism for that account would come from the sale of 2 state-owned parcels within Carson City. These parcels have already come before the board. As the interim director of the public lands for the state came to request that this board change the land use designation on the parcels. I have the parcels up on the map, or I'm sorry, I have a map of the parcels up on display right now. They are in the vicinity of Old Clear Creek Road, just off of Highway 50. So supporting this bill does not in any way require or infer some future change of land use designation, but I think it's reasonable to assume that if we do support this bill, that at some point the state public lands director will come back in front of the board and in fact request change of that land use designation on these particular parcels. So it doesn't require you to, but I think it's reasonable to assume that that's going to end up back in front of the board. So I bring this to you for your debate and consideration, and request that you provide guidance to me as to how you would like us to proceed.
Nick, quick question. Your slide up there shows 5 parcels, but our packet says 2 parcels would be affected by this. So is it 2 or is it 5? And if it's 2, which 2 of the 5 that show?
Yeah, I think I can clarify that. Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. So in looking at the bill, it's actually described by, I think it's called Aliquip Park, northwest quarter of the southwest quarter of this section. So it's described twice in there because it splits sections. I forget if it's north and south or east or west. It's not describing APNs, but it describes that area outlined in green up there by 2 property descriptions, which includes the 5 APNs that are on the board.
So it's not APNs, it's a quarter section or an eighth section.
Quarter section of a quarter section, yeah.
Right, okay. And then I guess just a comment, I have no problem with AB 15, but I'm certainly willing to go on the record to say that nothing has changed since the last time state lands came forward to change the use on those parcels.
I love politics.
Was that political?
No. I'm sorry. Again, I had to quit. Okay. Further comment, or anybody want to get in here? All right. Somebody want to make a motion then?
I'll make it.
Make a motion.
Goes. I move to convey to the 2015 legislature the board's support of Assembly Bill 15 that creates an account for the protection and rehabilitation of the Stewart Indian School and authorizes the administrator of the Division of State Lands to make a sale of certain properties within Carson City for the purpose of funding the account.
Second.
Motion, the second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried unanimous. Thanks. Okay. Had a little fun with that one. All right. Let's take up 28C.
Mr. Mayor, item 28C is a request for you to consider. It's actually the same exact wording in both the Assembly and the Senate bill. I had been tracking the Senate bill the day before the deadline for committee bills. The Assembly committee dropped the bill that you see in front of you, AB 458. The bills are worded exactly the same. The citizens had recently voted this past November on ward voting. So I bring these two bills to you for your consideration and your direction to me as to which way you want us to go. We did have one late comment from a citizen. I want to thank Andy Engelman for her comments. If you have not seen the late item, she wishes to convey her strong opposition to the bill, or to both bills, and she reiterates the fact that the citizens of Carson City recently voted on it and voted not to approve ward voting. So I submit both of these to you for your consideration.
And I think that these bills are identical to what the governor vetoed in the 2013 session.
It is.
Okay, all right. Public comment or board comments? Board first, I'm sorry. Got lights. Jim, then, Karen, was your light on?
Yeah.
Okay. Karen, go, Karen.
I just want to state that I support Andy's position. The governor vetoed this. Our community voted this down soundly, and so I'm not in support of these bills.
Yeah. I sent an email. I don't know if you can have the results of that election. I asked if we could have the results of the ballot that was, I did send an email asking for that. I sent it to city staff.
Okay.
It's on the website.
Well, we're presenting here facts of how the citizens voted. I thought that would be part of the package. That's why I asked for it. So, if we don't have it,
Well, I don't know. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 70-30, but if you want the exact numbers.
But was that, it went to the citizens twice, if I remember correct. Am I wrong?
Well, I think the history on this stuff is, yeah.
So it's been there numerous times. Okay.
I think, so, and maybe I'm mischaracterizing the record, Jim, but I think what happened is about 20 or 25 years ago now, 23 years ago, that there was a vote on straight-up ward voting that ended in a tie, an absolute tie. And so nothing happened. The charter stayed the same. In 2013, I think it was this last 2013, I don't know if it came before that legislature in 2011 or not. I think it was just 2013 when it came. This board voted against ward voting in the 2013 legislature. The legislature passed that bill. The governor vetoed that bill. As part of that, this went to our Charter Review Committee. The Charter Review Committee said that, we suggested that we go to a ballot question that would provide for a nomination by ward and election at large. That was voted upon by our citizens, and at the last general election, that's where it came out, about 70-30 on that proposal. It's now back in front of the legislature on both of these bills. One's originating out of one house and the other out of another house. And I think that's an accurate statement of where we are today, I think.
Right, but when it went to the citizens to vote on it, was ward voting for primary and then general election, it was citywide, correct?
It was nomination, what we voted on was nomination by ward and election citywide. City Manager, I'm sorry.
Yes, Supervisor Shirk, I apologize for not having that information for you, but I am able to take the information off of the clerk recorder's website. Ballot measure CC1, 36.1% of the citizens voted yes, and 63.9% voted no on that. That was November 2014.
Okay, so the 60% was for no to the ward voting, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Public want to weigh in on this issue? Board? Yeah, for me, it's important. I think we take a motion on this, so.
I move to strongly convey to the 2015 legislature the board's opposition of Senate Bill SB 368 and Assembly Bill 458 that would modify sections 2.010, 5.010, and 5.020 of the Carson City Charter so that a candidate for supervisor must be voted upon only by the registered voters of the ward that the candidate seeks to represent.
On the motion, discussion.
Clarify.
Discussion's in order. Go.
I don't know if you want to use strongly in there.
That's why I put it in there, because I wanted
Well, I don't think that's right to say to the Assembly or to the Senate that we strongly, I don't. I just think we make our motion, and so if you were, I'd like to vote on this as in support of it, but I'm not going to tell our elected officials that language like that. I think it's wrong.
I wouldn't go along, I'd be tended to go along with you, Jim, on that, with the exception that, you know, this is the second time that somebody's trying to stuff this down our throat. And I get, you know, that's a bad way of saying it, but that's what it is.
Well, we can be gentlemen and ladies. They don't have to be, but we can.
All right, okay. On the motion, further discussion. On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. All right, passes. All right. All right. Non-action items. Anybody?
I do. I was asked by a board member of the Nevada Humane Society to attend their meetings in Reno, and if no one has any issue, I would like to take them up on that offer to do that. Okay. And then also for future agenda items, are we going to have a discussion on the need potentially for any water conservation for Carson City?
Yep, Supervisor Bagwell, thanks for that question. We are bringing on April 16th, I'm going to have the Water Department, they're doing a presentation on the status, where Carson City sits for this upcoming water season. We are in a bit better shape than a lot of the other surrounding communities, and certainly far better than most of the folks in the state of California. So I know a lot of people here, everything from a voluntary 10% reduction, I think that was in Truckee Meadows, to obviously some of the more extreme stories coming out of California. We are in much better shape. That does not mean, or I'm not trying to imply, that we don't have problems, because we do need folks to conserve. But we're planning on presenting that to you for your consideration April 16th. We'll then go public through every media that we can to get the information out to the community.
Nick, on that, will that address the effluent issue as well?
We can. I wasn't planning on addressing effluent at that. It was purely going to be on the water side, but we can also do that if you'd like. Okay.
And potable? I think all water.
Well, the focus was on potable water, but
I mean, across the board. Just to let you know, Lori's going to be attending the meeting of Humane Society in Reno, but we've never had that oversight committee held yet that I know of here in Carson City. And that's been quite a number of years. And maybe after our addressing the issues we'd like to address. Maybe you could update us on the animal shelter, the progress on bidding that went out to bid. I'll bring up again, the Board of Supervisors meetings for committees and commissions are held at random at different times throughout the day. I would like to get them standardized in such a fashion as even on our policies and procedures, it states that to the greatest extent possible, the meeting should be held at a convenient time and located at a location that has a capability for televising the meeting to facilitate public participation. As we just discussed here today, public attending meetings should be held these meetings should be held at a reasonable time where the working individual can attend, should they want to. I'm not saying they will, but should they want to, it should be held at a time that's convenient for citizens to attend. I think that should be at 5:30. Most people get off at 5, the working class. Something to think about. We only have 16 boards. There's 5 on a rotating basis that don't meet that often. There's 2 that aren't even held here, or 3 actually, the golf, the library, and the V&T. And I think those should be brought into this room where they can be televised if they can. So I bring it up again. Hopefully I'll be granted a agenda item sometime in the future, and this would be great. Thank you.
Anything else? Anybody? We ready to adjourn?
No, animal
No.
shelter update.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go.
Yeah, and I have a brief legislative update as well, Mr. Mayor. Animal shelter, and you'll have a white paper in your email inboxes probably as soon as you check them. I had been wordsmithing it during the meeting today. Here's where we are with the bidding on the animal shelter. We've brought back the design team to basically rescope the project. We received a list of recommendations from the design team as to what we can do that would bring the estimated cost back in line with what the budgeted amount is. And we have a high degree of confidence that working with them, getting feedback from the contractors, we're going to be able to get the bid or get the cost of the project back within what we have budgeted and what some of the contractors have already bid on. So we have a high degree of confidence that we're going to be able to get the shelter back into the black there, so to speak. Some of it is going to be aesthetic. I'm doing my very best not to reduce scope. That means square footage. So we'll still have the same functionality of the building. We just may not have some of the nicer features that were designed into it. It is going to affect the timeline. I would expect this would probably not go back out to bid until June, just to be on the safe side. I don't want to make another mistake. I want to make sure the next time we put it out to bid, we're absolutely certain, or as certain as we can be, that the bids are going to come within under the budget. So that would probably put us in August before we would give a notice to proceed to a contractor. You throw in the normal building process and obviously put some winter effect on the project there. So you're looking at probably the spring or so of next year of 2016 for that project to be complete.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, just one legislative update. I'm not going to go through the whole laundry list that I gave last meeting. Just want to hit a couple of key dates. We've passed the dates when all the bills had to be introduced either by an individual legislator or by a committee. So all the bills that are out there are out there. The next key date is April 10th. Any bill that is currently pending has to be approved by the committee of the first house. That is the house where that bill originated. The next key date is April 23rd. So all the bills that were passed out of committee then have to be approved by the full house of where that bill originated. If either of those two dates get missed, the bill just dies without any further action. So prior to the April 16th meeting, I will have an update from our lobbyist as to where we are with each one of those bills. There is one bill pending out there that I intend to bring on April 16th. I know April 16th is already going to be a big day. It's Senate Bill 482. That bill addresses salaries of elected officials. It includes not only the district attorney, the clerk recorder, but it also includes members of county commissions, of which the Carson City Mayor and Board of Supervisors are included. It raises the salaries generally 3% each year for a 3-year period of all the elected officials. It also raises the salary of the county commissioners. There is an opt-out clause in the bill for any elected official who chooses not to accept the pay increase. But unlike previous either statute or previous bills, this bill the state legislature would be raising the salaries of the county commission. This would not be action that you would take. I've kept us neutral on it. I don't know what direction this board would like to go, whether you would like to support it or oppose it. Obviously, if you oppose it, it could affect other counties. Some counties have a dire need to raise salaries on their elected officials, and obviously, if you choose to support it, it obviously has a fiscal impact on the city. So I'll be bringing Senate Bill 482 next meeting for your consideration.
Thank you. Mayor had to step out for a moment. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, shall we adjourn before the mayor gets up to the podium? All right, we're adjourned.